individual to host, but I've got my thing going on. And we'll see. We'll just make sure that we got the quality options, and then we're ready to go. All right. I got a very nice email this afternoon, and I'm loading up Stellaris now, so there's not going to be too much time spent on talking on other things. Although I did want to address that, because I know I'd say Stellaris sometimes gets affected by this, but definitely Cloudpunk has been, and I thought I'd share a little bit of background. So, oh, the new update's called the Lem update. That's nice. I believe that's Stanislav Lem of Solaris fame. But yeah, actually got a nice comment the other day that responded well to the chat that we had about the movie Sunshine in the last stream. And so first of all, I always appreciate the comments, because I realize that YouTube is not my primary platform, and that we've got, in the end, anybody who's watching the VODs are going to be watching this, kind of a dialogue with a chat that you're only able to see my half of it. But one of the things, again, that's worth remembering, and we talked quite a bit about sort of the species and some of the ideas behind it. One of the things that's really nice about Stellaris has been the fact that there's very clearly a love of science fiction built into the game, as well as sort of you being, I don't know, I just don't see how you can play this game and not get interested in science fiction. So many of the different deals or the different updates are named after authors. I'm reasonably happy, so I always feel like I should be reading more fiction. But I'm reasonably happy that I've got a pretty decent track record of the authors that have been had patches named after them, and I've actually gone out and bought some things. The used bookstore, which I haven't been to since we've gone under our next lockdown, but I made sure when they were opened again. I really do like supporting local, particularly used bookstores, because it's where a lot of stuff that means a lot to me was sort of where I found it, particularly classics, although that's probably more appropriate for something like Imperator Rome. But, I picked up some Robert Heinlein. I think I've got Stranger in a Strange Lands. I feel like I should have more, but Stranger in a Strange Land's the only one that I remember offhand. Picked up some Isaac Asimov. He's got a lot of works, and not all science fiction. Obviously, he's got his mysteries and annotations and whatnot. But I think that's a really key thing here, which is I actually really like it when people engage and when people get to say, hey, yeah, I saw that thing and I really liked it. And again, if you don't care for Sunshine, I don't think you're a bad person or anything like that. But the big thrust of that conversation was just how the follow-up by the writer, Alex Garland, was Ex Machina, which I think has a very similar sort of shift in tone. And while everybody seems to love this, Ex Machina as this breakthrough, as this great directorial debut, Sunshine, to this day, I still keep hearing people say, oh yeah, it was a good movie until the end. And I don't know, I think it's probably time that we review it. I'd put it to you this way. I think Sunshine probably would be a movie if that was our standard for what a bad science fiction movie is, which I don't think is actually what people are saying. I think they're saying that the ending is disappointing or doesn't live up to the promise of the start. But let's face it, if that is our standard for disappointment, we're doing very well for science fiction stories. But this is the really important thing here, is that to me, Stellaris, and this is the same. I mean, I obviously got my start with Crusader Kings 2. I did think it was it was obviously a real shame what happened with Crusader Kings 3. I really would have liked to have continued doing that. But there is something about investing yourself in the, investing yourself in the game, and to be able to share that with people. And to me, that is one of the things that I think sustains, hundreds of hours. Because in the end, if you just play these games as a series of numbers that keep going up, there's some value in that. And it's fun to play, to play out a strategy and see how it works. But I think the real essence of Stellaris to me is definitely this great canvas on which I get to paint my science fiction story. Now, with that in mind, I was very kindly given a key for Nemesis from Paradox, and that has been true since basically since Stellaris came out. I'm running all of the DLC except Necroids, and I have been given a key from Paradox for all of the DLC except for Plantoids and Humanoids, which I bought on my own. I'm sure I'll get Necroids at some point as well, but there's no shortage of things for me to do in Stellaris. And I didn't show my my big list of species, but this is a species that we made specifically for the Nemesis DLC. And of course, it's always worth mentioning that stuff because, of course, there is a sale going on. There's the Steam sale. I think there was a Paradox sale going on. I'm not sure if that was going as well. But certainly I haven't been told to do anything other than, don't review the game before release, which is not something I normally do anyway. I tend to, it's hard not to say like I'm enjoying it, but that's like a statement of my state of mind while playing the game, not like, oh yes, this is, I give this like 8 system chalks out of 10 or something like that. I think I suspect people tend to go a little bit overboard on some of the historical stuff, and can make statements that maybe don't fit very well in the modern environment. I'm talking about particularly, like it's hard not to acknowledge that we live in a time when there is very intense racial violence. And a lot of issues that probably we should have outgrown coming up again. And unfortunately, there is a factor of people sort of hijacking these games or these topics, using them to sort of push the boundaries a bit, and just ruin the fun for everyone. And so I've noticed that for a few Paradox games, they give some guidelines in terms of like how you can properly frame it. Because obviously, like if you play Crusader Kings, you part of the fun is being a horrible person, right? But there is a difference between something that is maybe taking a little bit too much pleasure in terms of subjugating a particular group of people based on their race or religion, or a general statement that is specifically talking about game mechanics and going on. So, but with that, I mean, this is the nice thing about Stellaris, is that because it's science fiction, it's a little bit harder to, I mean, obviously if you want to be awful, you can be awful. But in this case here, because it's science fiction, it's a little more obvious when people are trying to do that. But I did want to stress that, while, the marketing side of thing is always going to be it's the cloud we live under, right? It's a way that a lot of people get into games. It's a way a lot of people make decisions about buying games. And the best that I can say is that obviously it is my job to be very clear when I've been given something specifically for the purposes of promoting the game. But I think it is also very fair for me to say that I have been playing this game for years for a reason, and I hope to continue playing it for years. So where my enthusiasm is genuine, I did definitely think it's up to you to decide how much the fact that I've been given these keys weighs on that particular determination. I'm trying a new tea today, so I want to get a sip of that before we jump into the meat of the game, because I know it's been about 10 minutes. I'm kind of back into the lead up of about 10 minutes to give people a chance to come into the broadcast, especially when I start a bit late. But it is nice to get on with the game, because we have a few things that we need to do, and I know the last couple of episodes have been a little bit more about building or maintaining rather than going out and being a big playmaker. This is Irish breakfast. I'm not quite sure how it's distinct from English breakfast, but it's a nice tea. Okay. I'm sitting on a bunch of credits. So my usual answer to that has been to terraform worlds, but I might be running out of... Hey, cool facts. Would the Black Codex reject or embrace the worm? The email I got the other day was actually from the person who wrote the Horizon Signal. So this is one I've thought about a lot. Because there's always the possibility of running into the Horizon Signal. And I don't know if there is a canonical answer. I suspect that this is one of these ones where I get to have my science fiction cake and eat it too, which is to say there's two parallel dimensions in which the Black Codex sees the deal as being giving up too much in order to get too little. And there's another one in which I see the pursuit of arcane knowledge goes too far. It might even be that the highlights of the Horizon signal, really it is more about the great internal debate that happens inside of the Black Codex. That would probably be my big highlight for that one. But suffice to say that I don't think it's a little bit, I'll put it to you this way. When you have, let's take theology as an example, because so much of what I've talked about in terms of the Black Codex tends to fall in this realm. You can have figures like so, you've got this institution of the Catholic Church for such a long time, although even then, there's certainly groups that consider themselves to be continuing on in the true traditions of the church and having nothing to do with the, with the Catholic Church. Even after that, you've got a figure like Martin Luther, but even after Martin Luther, then you can have figures like Calvin. And a little bit like any philosophy, you're generally not really going to, it's not like somebody's going to discover one day this logic error that somebody made. Aha, your entire philosophy falls down, your entire theology falls down. There's a set of principles that are at stake, and you maybe choose to found your beliefs on one set as opposed to another, and maybe they are outside of just sort of pure reason. And you do the best with what you've been given, right? Obviously, this grand enlightenment project of sort of, if we could all just think hard enough about this stuff, we'd work it all out and we'd get rid of all of the mysteries, hasn't really occurred. And it definitely, there is some reasonable skepticism that we'll ever be able to sort of achieve some kind of a some ideal like that. Excuse me. So, with that in mind, I would say that there's probably room enough within the ideas of the Black Codex to see how embracing the worm is the only inevitable conclusion to the story of the Black Codex, whereas others could see it as, maybe as inconceivable as selling the secrets to another group, that it is just such an alien concept, such an alien idea to this group that values its knowledge and its secrecy, that they just fundamentally cannot understand people who would do the other side. And I suppose if I get the Horizon signal, we'll have to figure out which history we're working in. But yeah, suffice to say, I don't have this thing locked into a point where I have a hard answer. They would always do X, for sure. Welcome back, by the way, though. I'm really happy to have you here. It was neat to sort of have a back and forth about some of this stuff as I was playing. Okay, we're slowly going to be growing our administrative capacity, but we've kind of hit the limits of this. We've sort of hit the limits of this system. I suppose one thing I could try... what are we at? I could try and convert some of the city districts into... So if I did that for generators... Yeah, it looks like I have some spare room to be able to convert these. Also, I think past a certain point I might want to convert the gene clinics into another administrative center. Same story on this Forge world, actually. So we'll replace... Well, wait a minute. Maybe I don't need all of these building slots. I think that was why I specifically built this one this way. So right now this is just a quick audit of the worlds to make sure that roughly the jobs are where I want them to be. I think it's specialist. Yeah, specialist jobs are open. I mean, I could afford to build another research facility. It's probably not a bad idea. I am going to put a little more emphasis on research than Unity at the moment. So what are we looking at? We've got 1, 2, 3 to 2. I mean, maybe we do a 2 to 1 ratio of research facilities to temples. Obviously, I'm just pulling that out of thin air, but why did I do multiple temples on this planet? Well, I don't know if this was my intention, but this definitely made sense because of the atmospheric aphrodisiac. We're at least sort of pushing it back. I think this might have been a mistake, if I'm completely honest. Anyways, this is probably going to be another farm. This right now is classified as a rural world. Now, I'm going to make a guess that I'm going to turn this into some kind of a workshop. Okay. Where's the slack? We'll give him another administrative office. I'm not sure what I'm doing with this world, to be honest. It says it's an industrial world, so... And we made a colony. We've kind of got our basics down. Looks like we do have some... gas extraction wells. So we'll build another city. Well, I suppose I'll already get the extra city once I upgrade the colony, but... looks like we can afford to get rid of the... Like, we've got a lot of energy, so we might as well get rid of the blocks. We'll probably be doing that in a few cases. And I guess the last question is, how much do I want to invest in my space station? So one thing I need to keep in mind is Mesa. This is kind of priority number 1 in terms of getting everything upgraded. Now, we're building a bunch of defense platforms and whatnot. There's obviously going to be a wait for all of this, but I don't want to get bogged down in terms of trying to get some more alloys. What would happen to the Black Codex if they hit the limit of what secrets and ancient knowledge they could find? I mean, that's an interesting one, because I've never really conceived of the idea of running out of questions to ask. I guess this sort of says a little something of myself. I guess a certain degree of optimism in terms of being able to continue to satisfy our curiosities and, and learn more about the world. But I'll admit I've never really thought of the idea of, of running out of material. The one thing that I kind of keep in mind when I think about that is... Why did I put something on Knights? So I feel like I should be able to put a black site. Oh, probably because Knights isn't colonized yet. Nope. Obnal. You've got the classical studies department in universities, and in one sense, you got to think that this would be a stagnant discipline, right? That this is it's not like Plato's writing anything new. There are probably some limits in terms of what we can reasonably expect so far as as far as new material is concerned. And yet, in truth, there's still lots of active research being done, and more importantly, new things being discovered. New works, or works that were previously thought lost being found, and this is still happening in the modern day. It's interesting actually. If you take a look at some of the historical works compared to the modern ones, you can see things like where maybe one author had a work that was sort of thought to be split into two components, but was actually a single unified work. It doesn't really seem like a whole lot, but it is actually an indication of us gaining a better understanding of of history, of these people who thought these things, and what they what they were writing. I mean, obviously there's a lot of work that goes into sort of interpreting what's going on. So I mean, again, if you kind of go, if you go to the limit, you know, I suppose there's the question is like maybe there is actually an upper bound in terms of what we can understand, and I'm sort of dodging the question. I'll freely admit maybe I am, but I would have to assume that there would probably, I guess maybe for the simple reason that because no one person can know everything, I have to assume that there would be a tremendous amount of work still to be done in interpreting the sermons and the writings of those who have come before. But I believe the game ends in, where is it? 2500. So we'll probably not hit that limit for the faction or the Black Codex. Okay, so one of the big things that I'm working on right now is the fact that the Endurga Horde moves very quickly. And so one of the things that I want to deal with right now, in addition to just kind of rebuilding what I lost at Maissa is definitely our main sort of defensive structure. I want to get that back online, but also because we've had so much trouble getting my fleets mobilized in time and getting them like where they need to be, I want to make sure that we're in a position to sort of house the ships in the place. I might even go so far, like it's a hard call to say whether or not I want to stick extra defensive material on here or some extra shipyards so that we can do some more upgrades. But basically, this is what we're going to use to defend from the Endurga Horde. There is the threat that something might be coming up here. So the way I'm going to handle that is we keep the fleet at Maissa because that's really where the Great Khan has been showing up. And then over time, when we get the influence, I'm going to make a best shot to try and hit the limit of, or at least like lock down some borders. I may have to just give up the ideal and accept that I'm not going to get to Jangle in time. I also suspect what will happen is if I try to push in too far, what will happen is the Horde will direct ships, and then all of a sudden I'm fighting a two-front war. So in this case here, we've got a pretty strong defense at Yinin, and we've got a pretty the alarm system's pretty good, right? We have a fairly decent picture of what this part of the galaxy looks like. And it might just be a case where we want to focus our attention on this part of the galaxy to begin with, and then we work on taking apart the Endurga Horde when we can. What I'm particularly interested in is maybe finding where those wormholes were. That'll be something to deal with at another time. I also want to take a quick look because now the Zaxoids have successfully incorporated Lesser Empire. We're still laughing at them as far as our political strength is concerned. So we're feeling good about that. But yeah, right now I need to basically just use my ships to recover what was lost. I need to keep my existing fleets in a good defensive position. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of rotate these. I'm going to rotate these ships in terms of defense and upgrading until. Actually, you know what? We should probably keep this one. I should probably keep one in the main at the main base just so I can get the upgrades in. And again, we just make sure that we keep a watchful eye on what's. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try something. Never should have trusted them. Never should have made that deal. Filthy Talakuran. Oh, Emetherians, we greet you. Would you like to trade? What can you offer us? We have ore, rich, luminous ore, torn right from the stone. Sparkling minerals for the Black Codex. I am not interested. They always keep doing this deal, and I don't want to do it with them. This food is too valuable for me. Against my better judgment, I'm going to see if I can... I should have done this earlier, but let's see if we can catch catch this weak ship out of position.
System survey complete.
My guess is no, but we don't lose a lot by trying. Well, maybe we'll get it.
Heretic fleet engaged. We are spreading our faith to a new world.
All right, no losses. I mean, I shouldn't be celebrating too much. That's a very minor victory, but
we are spreading our faith to a new world. System survey complete.
Okay, more workers. So I think we've been learning that these wind up being specialists, so I'm going to put them on Wentwork just because of their ability to work in the labs. Sorry, just 1 second. I apparently forgot to. I kind of thought that they knew when I streamed, but doesn't take a whole lot of effort to tell them I have to get back. All right, the Vitresis Hive yet again has decided to close its borders to us. We have allowed you to move freely in our territory for too long. Today we draw the line. Now there's another consideration. So at some point the Endurga Horde is going to fall apart. They will form another empire. It's actually possible they've gotten big enough that they might form two empires. But at some point I need to consider what the future looks like as far as a conflict with the Vitresis Hive looks like. Now, their individual ships actually don't look all that frightening. So really it's a question in terms of like how am I going to make the most of the current position? When I go to war with them, how do I make sure that I'm the one who's sort of making the big plays and am forcing them to take the bad trade-offs? So for instance, right now I've got a decent, a couple decent fleets, 23, 21. So if I just compare the largest fleets, they've got an 18, they've got a 27, they've got a 16, and they've got a 67 in terms of their sort of 3-star fleets. Those are the ones that I'm most worried about. So obviously this is the one that really would make me worried. I don't know if we're in a point yet where we can look. No, we don't have enough intel to see the construction of these ships. But the other thing is we've got a little bit of slack in the naval capacity right now, and we've also got room to grow in terms of some of these stations. So it's really hard to argue that Lemsa needs extra trade range or something like that. So I want to be careful with my alloys because, again, it's worth remembering that our biggest priority right now is Mesa. But once all that's said and done, the ability for me to get this thing, upgraded and defensible, following that, I want to make sure that I'm putting my alloys towards these kinds of upgrades, getting myself to a point where I can field. I think if I can field a third 23K, like a 23K fleet, I should feel pretty safe in terms of taking on the Vitresis Hive. They do currently count as superior to me, but I think if we can get a third fleet on the table, we'd be able to push the fight towards my advantage. Rouge Light Girl, great to see you. How you doing? How much value does the Black Codex put on concepts such as freedom and self-determination? Well, I personally think that there is a need to. So I mean, it's worth remembering that this is a group that like slavery is not outlawed in this with this species. So it is very hard to say that this is an overriding ideal. If it is, it's obviously very hypocritical. However, I do think there is something to be said for there's something to be said for
System
why in
survey
the world
complete.
is it? Oh no, it's building a mining station here. There's something to be said for the ability to undertake, rigorous intellectual exercises. So in this particular case here,
The spirits have
I don't
granted us
really
new
see
wisdom.
how these people could be active researchers and sort of pursuing the mysteries that they do without the ability to to conduct some degree of free inquiry. Obviously that may be built on the shoulders of the less fortunate or the less capable. And obviously throughout history there is certainly there's been no impediment to great feats of intellectual achievement within some fairly strict intellectual confines. But I would definitely say, to a certain extent, I mean, these people have chosen to take on this role. It's not like you get born a member of the Black Codex. Now, I mean, with that in mind, chances are there's going to be the influences of your environment. I wouldn't be surprised if the offspring of members of the Black Codex would be strongly encouraged by their parents to pursue the mysteries. But I wouldn't say that it's guaranteed. I suppose actually one thing I really should be doing is maybe to try and do some reading in history to see if the concept, so obviously today we tend to, if we think of religion, you kind of assume that if the parents are of one religion, the kids are probably going to be that religion too. Unless it's, obviously there's also, the church is more of a social thing where people don't, necessarily, they're not really going to talk theology. It's just a place to go, and maybe they're not so worried whether or not the kids, consider themselves whatever they're born into. But yeah, I mean, it would be fair to say that in an environment like that, I have to assume that there'd be quite a bit of pressure. And I mean, let's face it, if your parents think something's really important, you're probably likely to think that it's very important. But yeah, in this case here, I would definitely think that this is something that is being taken on by what they would consider to be some of the galaxy's greatest minds. Because, once you have this knowledge, why would you study anything else? Yes, but I mean, I would definitely say within the confines of the fact that, there can't be enough self-determination or freedom, in the sense that they're obviously keeping all the secrets to themselves, right? There's, they're not the Free Software Foundation. They may have the cult-like aspects of it, but they're not going to, they're going to insist quite the opposite. They do not want information to be free. They want people to work for it. You're doing very good. Spent the last month on your parents' farm. Oh, wonderful. 0-point reactor. This is a good one. So these generators extract vacuum energy, providing an almost limitless supply of ship power. There's no more efficient way to generate energy. So I suppose we should be thinking about the next steps. Tachyon sensors are really tempting, but I am going to go back to my old habits of the stuff that's fastest to research. Good news is we've got 2 fleets, one at each space station, so they'll be able to get their upgrades done. This one will be done sooner than this one, but God, okay. I know I've been tea crazy the last few streams, but I've gotten through all of the flavored stuff, except, I mean, obviously Earl Grey is a flavored tea. Let's not kid ourselves. But I've I've been trying to get through the extra stuff that I've got, and now I'm wondering if there's a limit in terms of the number of resources I can get. We'll give them 5,000 for starters. Actually, while we're at it, let's do 6,000 energy credits. It's not like the AI is taking advantage of any of this, but I figured I can, I can get a head start. But yeah, so I got, Earl Grey is sort of flavored, but not,
we are spreading our
like,
faith to
not
a
the same
new
way that
world.
you'd think of like mango passion fruit or something like that. And I've gotten through all of that.
Construction
Now it's just
complete.
different black teas. And man, I've really missed that flavor. I know I'm impossibly boring on that front, but sometimes it's nice to just have a good, strong black tea. Okay, what's Wentworth? So I think on Wentworth, I just used up all those new research slots I made available for myself. So here's one big thing I forgot, the Research Institute. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to be a little more overweight on research than temples. I do also, at some point, need to manage my, my new sectors. We've got, where is it? Borobo, Knights, Lyra, Sawa, Lyram. Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to figure out where all these are going to go. And the Senate is now in session, so we want to repeal the Pan-Galactic recycling initiatives. I know I've looked over this a few times, but let's double check. So this will give me less diplomatic weight for my economy. It will reduce the consumer goods upkeep, but it will increase the clear blocker time. Okay. I guess the other thing I should consider, I know I've been jumping back and forth on this one, but 1305 or So actually the Zaxoids have a better economy than me. The Tresus Hive do not. I think I'm going to oppose this. Because the thing is that I'm already outpacing the Zaxoids by quite a bit. And I have a feeling that the only way I'm going to eclipse the Vitresis Hive is by taking them out. And if it really comes down to it, clearing out the blockers, like I'm already doing that. So in this case here, just reducing my consumer goods cost isn't that big of a hurt. How centralized is the Black Codex on a planetary or
System
interstellar
survey
level?
complete.
So that one, definitely there's a clear answer to that. So it's got the dictatorship civic. So there's definitely a fairly rigid hierarchy, and there is
The faithful have claimed a new world.
some pretty clear standards and protocols for that. However, it is your research is your own matter, and we've talked about how the ability to sort of crack another member's cipher and sort of take their research isn't something that's necessarily frowned upon. That's just kind of that's almost meritocracy. But yeah, I mean, in this case here, you could imagine like a university or a religious order. Like there's a clear hierarchy of who does what, who has a certain role, and I got to do that the other way around. Wolfenstein, sorry, actually, we've got a couple. I'll read them in reverse. Wolfenstein, hey, what's up, System Shock? Just passing by to take a look on our Stellaris playthrough. It's not going too bad. It's been a bit quiet, but I don't think that's a terrible... I actually don't think that's a terrible place to be, given that we're currently rebuilding our defenses and regaining the lost territory. We took out a small warship. That's not... Like, I'm not breaking out the champagne or anything like that, but until we have a clear idea of where the Great Khan is, I'm kind of happy to just improve the state of my ships and then get ready for our next trip out. Earl Grey tea is a solid tree. I drink what you call gumboots tea, which is the cheapest, most basic tea you can find. This is one thing I've learned about this place. So what I've been drinking is from a place called David's Tea, which actually went into bankruptcy as part of the pandemic, but I believe is continuing as sort of an online-focused location. And the thing is, I didn't mind it. They've got some good teas there. The big challenge is that when I went in, I've got the teas that I like, and they happen to be like the way that I go to a restaurant. I read everything like right to left, price first. And I don't know, like the one time I went in there, I don't know if the rep had stock in the company or something, but they simply would not let me go with my two usual inexpensive tea choices, and in fact the other recommendations were simply not as good, so I wound up spending more, and I was overall dissatisfied with the choices. And to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure, there are some very good, very inexpensive teas to enjoy, and I've actually been looking for people's go-to recommendations every once in a while. But one thing that is nice about this David's Tea place is that because they're very seasonal, I tend to find they have a lot of sort of leftovers, and they tend to be very cheap. So that's why I wind up with some sort of flavored nonsense every once in a while. Is I have something that seems like it sounds interesting, and it's on a huge discount, so I give it a shot. But to be honest with you, I have one good black tea and one good green tea that I like, and they're my go-tos, and I have a comically large bag of each of them. So I'm set for tea for a while. Okay, so not crazy about the reduction in diplomatic weight for tech. I do like the spiritualist ethics attraction in the Unity. So we will support, and in fact, I was going to say I'd even consider making it an emergency measure, but we don't need to worry about that. It seems like there's a lot of support for it already. Okay, back on to Wentwork. Wentwork is the highest priority in terms of getting new workers on it, just because it's helping me overcome some of my problems with Empire Sprawl. Eventually I'll start putting those bodies onto the bureaucratic centers as well, but for the time being I want to get the advantages of the spots. I want to get the advantages of what I already have in place. Let's
Heretic fleet detected.
Go for a city district. Okay, this could be important. So this is not the Khan. Oh yeah, we don't care about these guys. Bell's the brand you've used in New Zealand. No idea if it's available at normal price anywhere else. Yeah, I've never heard of them. But then I don't know a lot of brands other than David's Tea, which is just because somebody had recommended it once upon a time. And Tetley, because, well, who hasn't heard of that? Oh, hang on. I do care about them. I thought they were on this branch. Okay, so Yeah, they're on their way to Yinin for sure. 18k versus a 12k. Not good at all. And we are definitely not going to arrive there in time. Actually, let's be a little more disciplined with this. So we're going to keep in the... I think we'll keep in the region. Oop. We should only send the one group out. Unfortunately, though, I do think it's going to be a matter of... I do think I'm going to be in a situation where we lose the base.
System survey complete.
We'll get the upgrades that we can.
Our ships have been improved.
And anything we can do to slow them down.
Our ships have been improved.
The better.
Our ships have been improved.
Okay, war games. A strong war game tradition has taken root among the senior officers of our fleets. Whether the games be computer simulations or actual exercises in space, this has encouraged our admirals to think outside the box, resulting in numerous tactical innovations and new strategies. Fleet command limit is increased by 20, and the admiral level cap is increased by 2. And then now we have to decide on a new ascension perk. To be honest, I'm not really sure where I want to go with all of this. So Voidborn would be kind of cool. I mean, maybe just sitting on this for a while. The extra, like the Imperial Prerogative would be kind of nice. Okay, so like in terms of things that would be like big fun ones, obviously Become the Crisis is kind of fun. Colossus Project, we need to we need the Titans. If I wanted to do, say, oh wait, I think we closed ourselves off from... Yeah, we've closed ourselves off of the Evolutionary Mastery and Flesh is Weak. Okay, so World Shapers, let's count some of the ones that would be interesting. World Shaper because of the Gaia worlds, Master Builders, Galactic Wonders, Arcology, well, you know, let's say Arcology Project. Become the Crisis. There's 5 potential... Yeah, I think I'm going to actually sit on my Ascension perks for a little while. How likely would a civil war be in the event of a disagreement between the inner circles of the Black Codex? That's one I find kind of interesting. I don't consider a civil war too much, but obviously schisms have happened in the past, and it's not... There's nothing in the structure of the Black Codex that would lead it to... you know, that would lead it to be immune to it. I suppose the biggest thing is that because it seems to me that there would be enough of a structure in place to be able to just sort of work this stuff out, that either somebody's demonstrated that they are correct, or the other faction is just so clearly like beyond the pale in terms of what they've just described, that there's no choice but to, you know, declare them heretics or whatever and kick them out. So I wouldn't say it's inconceivable, but it's not necessarily one that I would rate as a particularly high.
Our ships have been improved.
Like I wouldn't consider it to be like a major challenge. Okay, the Shroud. So much power reach into the Shroud. For reasons we cannot fathom, we've been drawn into this corner of the Shroud. Why? So, most likely one for us is research speed, which is good. We could also boost our shield strength or weapon strength, but I think in this case here, research speed is desirable and high probability. Boon bestowed. The powerful energies of the Shroud have flooded into the communal psychic link that is shared between all Emetherians. A collective knowledge base that is shared telepathically between our scientists has been established, which will greatly increase the efficiency of their work. Still looking really grim here.
Improved. Our ships have been improved. The apostates are after our spaceport. Our ships have been improved.
So really, all we can hope for is that we get there in time, but we're a year out from being able to save the spaceport. So I'm thinking I just lost a big defensive position. All right, Impulse Thruster. These highly advanced fusion-powered thrusters provide ships with unmatched maneuverability and speed under sublight conditions. Well, that would have been helpful a little while ago. I think here I'm actually going to go for the offensive technology. Actually, no. In this case, I'm going to go for the research. Because if it's the same between the two here... Well, no, but then I have the propulsion boost, so no, we will do the whirlwind missiles.
Our ships have been improved. Spaceport martyred. Our ships have been improved. Spaceport martyred. Our ships have been improved. Spaceport martyred.
I mean, we're doing some respectable work pulling the
spaceport martyred.
Pulling the numbers off of these guys, but they're definitely overwhelming us. And we are going to have to pay to get all of that back.
Spaceport martyred. Construction complete. Spaceport martyred.
Qantas is... Oh, we're out of jobs for specialists. Okay, well... that's an easy one for me to fix, I think. We will upgrade our research complex. We'll actually upgrade... I think we'll upgrade one of each. If I had a way of just delaying this a little bit longer... Do you like alloys? Do you like metals and gases? Hard workers? Precious minerals? Yes, we thought you might. I am never going to take this deal. No matter how much they insist. Your dad and his workmate came in for a quick lunch and spent half the time staring at the TV trying to figure out what was going on.
Complete.
Hello, dad and workmate. I don't know if you can actually hear me. I can try and explain what's going on, but right now I'm getting beaten by a big alien spaceship and the cutest little marauders you've ever seen.
We are spreading our faith to a new world.
The funny thing is that we're about to wipe out a couple of their unit. Like, it really is just one little unit and one big one. And the problem is that our armor has been stripped apart, or is completely stripped off. So once this thing's out of hull, it's gone. And unfortunately, this thing still has its armor up. So, all right, precognitive interface. Advances in the fields of psionics suggest the possibility of creating combat computers capable of reading and analyzing the impulses of telepathic operatives before they are cognitively processed. Let's think about the next step. I'll go for the cheap stuff right now. They just left. All right, and we'll colonize Dram 4. Again, we terraform these worlds for a reason. Now we're finally colonizing them, which will explode my Empire Sprawl. But it is going to help me. It's going to help me like get all the resources that I need, and there's like a cap in terms of how much that's going to affect everything. How exactly did the Black Codex come to take over a planet? So this kind of comes back to that mysterious origin story, where there is the possibility, and this is just a great example of me not coming down hard one way or the other on the matter. Because of the remnant of a fallen empire background is held, it is possible that the Black Codex were the intelligence services of a previous empire, or it may be that. Well, actually, I guess maybe I've kind of decided on that. Maybe the question would just be like, was the religious order part of it always a thing, or was that something that it eventually grew into? So let's chase them down and make them pay. Oh, they're going for more. Interesting. Okay, well, I have my own feelings about how I'm going to handle this. We are definitely going to go on the offensive. But yeah, I guess long story short on this one, it would have been that they are, because as part of an existing sort of bureaucratic structure, they already had their own planets, and so extending out into their own empire is sort of its own matter. I guess you can sort of think of it sort of like. It's the difference between a country like Canada becoming a country. In this case here, obviously we're part of the British Empire, and we grew into something different over time, as opposed to, say, Japan, where you have, like, it's got its own. That's got a very different sort of path to which it becomes the country that we know today. So yeah, that's wait a minute. Okay. I don't know why I was confused by that, but yeah, so it would be more fair to say that this, the ownership of planets was never something that was like originally part of it. It's something that has always been true for them, and it was just a natural, unit of governance as a result of already being part of an existing administrative structure. Okay, we've got 3 jobs here. We've actually used up everything on the Forge world. So I suppose at this point we knock out some alloy foundries. Okay, they're already building, so that's fine.
One of our stations is beset by enemies.
All right. Again, the thing that really sucks on these is I have to pay an influence to get them back. I'm actually going to get Yinin back first because we need to put the defensive structures there.
Mining station martyred.
So I guess the one bit of good news is that even though we're likely going to lose the station, Borobo Prime is going to hold out for a little while. Death of the Great Khan. Great Khan Fossilin of the Endurga Horde is dead. Intercepted communications suggest the Great Khan was violently assassinated by a Special Forces team in the employ of an as yet unidentified galactic power. No government has been willing to claim responsibility for this operation. So ends the reign of Fossilin. Well, that was a little anticlimactic. We definitely need to do phase 2 of the plan, though. So I'm curious if they're going to just start bombing Borobo Prime right away. Yeah, so he definitely attacked the Fallen Empire once, and that was the first defeat. I haven't actually seen the Special Forces event before. Normally I'm the one to take out the Great Khan, but, you know, we weren't able to catch up to him.
System survey complete.
We once again gained control of the Borobo system and rebuilt the outpost in orbit around the star. Okay. It is pretty clear, though, that our defenses are not that... not that strong. Let's take a second here to...
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Hit a store. Okay, proton launchers. These energy projectiles consist of lightly concentrated protons capable of causing immense damage to the hull of enemy ships. And as always, we'll go for the cheap tech. There's a lot of stuff that I want here, but... And Clone Army. Gene banks filter and curate available genomes for deployment in clones. Again, cheap tech if I can. Oh, you know what? I haven't been doing anything for trade value and amenities. I've just kind of accepted that that's going to happen on my watch. Interesting. Okay.
Evading heretics.
Oh, that's a shame. What are they doing in there? That's a real pain. Like, I have no idea why they would even have gone into an area like this.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
Okay, low gravity and natural beauty. I don't even remember what I was going to use this for. I've got too many kind of farming worlds already, so we might just use this for forges. Or science. Okay, there's the terraforming again. So the good news is this thing isn't going to take it out. We just need to wait the duration to retreat. It is still a pain to wait it out, though.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
Again, same usual colonies that I do. This one's going to be completely energy focused. Well, not completely, because there's bubbling swamps and crystalline caverns, but... And I've got 5 star bases that I can build, but actually, if I'm completely honest, I rather wish that I had more alloys at the moment. was not expecting that we would have a fight like this, so this is going to be quite the trip for my general. Obviously, we're kind of chasing them however long as we can. The trick on this is that I actually want to knock back a few of these borders if I can. The good news is eventually when they... there we go, the Horde splinters. The death of the Great Khan has proved the undoing of the Endurga Horde. Without a strong ruler to unite them, the Endurga have succumbed to infighting once more. Their empire has been divided between the Diadochi, the most powerful and influential of the Great Khan's military commanders. Each of them now claims the title of Great Khan of the Galaxy, and their supporters are locked in bitter opposition to one another. The time of a united Endurga empire is apparently at an end. It was not meant to be. Okay, so they just straight up lost that. We can head back home. We're still going to send a goodwill mission to the... Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. Yeah. So it is two... Yeah, two new political factions. So... And they're currently unavailable. So they are militarist xenophobes. Okay, they're basically the same. Although they may change... I guess they may change once I can open... I can't remember if I can open comms with them right away or not. Yes, I can. All right. The Great Khan lives on, so long as we remember. All right. Well, obviously... So it seems to me that we don't really need to worry about the Talakur and the Geroids. So... We are getting short on consumer goods, so I need to start thinking about my economy a little more seriously again. Yeah, we'll leave it be for now. I think part of this is just because I've got a bunch of labs that have finally come online.
The faithful have claimed a new
Interesting.
world.
The true Endurga Horde. We no longer see any reason to keep you locked out of our territory. Our borders are open to you again. Where was that territory I just took? I thought I asked for Shakaron. Oh, it's a new colony, not what I thought it was. Okay, so again, same deal here. Gene clinics, temples. This is one of the reasons why my consumer goods are getting hit so low. And I suppose the question for me on this world is, do I think I'm going to be able to Do I think I'm going to be able to... am I going to be able to use this as a Forge World, which would be my ideal, or do I need something to supplement my consumer goods manufacturer? And to be honest, I actually don't have an easy answer to that question right now. The good news is that we are drowning in cash, so if I get short... Actually, I guess one other thing I could do is I could try and facilitate some trades with existing factions. I should probably actually try to do that already. So, let's see who likes me the most. Oh, first of all, let's get the price on the galactic market. So if I want to buy, and again, like this is always kind of rough because it's dynamic, right? The more I buy and sell, the more the price is going to change. But just for the sake of the argument, let's say it's 514 to buy an alloy, and then it's 0.68 So in practical terms, it's about 8 minerals. So I should be willing to go up to 440. Oh man, they are selling themselves cheap. That is a good day's work. I need to do this much more often. So let's say, I think for me, the most likely areas for me to prey on are going to be the successor states. So with that in mind, let's make some deals. Okay, so alloys are a non-starter with them. Okay, well, let's start. If it gets close to 800, I'll worry. The Zaxoids I do kind of consider to be a rival, but not officially in the game, so... Let's just let time pass and see what that's going to do to my bottom line. So next thing I got to worry about is the consumer goods. No, I just screwed up because I'm not making nearly enough minerals to be able to afford that. But then I can just keep buying them, so... I just want to see what happens when the month crosses over. Yep, I messed up there. Turns out there's not infinite quantities of those for me to buy. All right. Well, that's unfortunate. I do think there's actually still room for me to maneuver here, though. 30 years of this, I might be regretting it, but I'm gonna talk with the Gearoids again. This time I want to see what they can give me consumer goods wise. Okay, we don't need that much. Let's start with 30. Now, you might wonder, why in heaven's name am I throwing more minerals at them? Okay, so it's not going to let me... Excuse me. So the trick here, I'm now going to add a monthly trade because we already signed these deals knowing that... I mean, so admittedly, I'm looking at what it costs me to sell minerals. Buying minerals is another question. But as you can see, like the differences here are pretty substantial. So, and again, I'd love to have some extra cash, but cash is not the thing I'm really worried about right now. So let's do let's just do an even 300. And let's say 2 per unit is the max, because that's going to take a big bite out of my energy credits. I'd say the Black Codex was fully defeated in a war, but it didn't affect their code-breaking abilities. Would they care that much? Yeah, I mean, I think there is something to be said. So, think of it this way. If you have the resources of a nation state, this is obviously the real world version of this. So if you got the resources of a nation state, the level of activity that you can do is, so much further than any sort of private enterprise. I know, like, in terms of cyberpunk, we always sort of think about corporations sort of replacing governments and such. We're not quite at that stage yet. I say yet, like, we're not at that stage, and whether or not we get there is a whole other question. So, and obviously this is a goal that lots of different people have had, whether they've been successful at it or not. So, or it would be like, I suppose if, like, Mount Athos or the Vatican, ceased to be their own sort of self-governing area. Now, obviously, that's a much smaller scale, but yeah, I mean, it would definitely have a very large, a large difference, both in terms of the kinds of operations that it could conduct. And then, of course, there's the worry that its knowledge is going to be put towards profane uses. I think generally the Conqueror is going to want to take advantage of what the Black Codex has access to. So I definitely don't feel that Black Codex would be indifferent about what's going on. Now, let's see. I very clearly went beyond... I went beyond what I should have inside of this, and I think I'm going to have to eat some of these costs. I've got 149 that I'm paying for right now. So I definitely can't recover the full 600. Well, no, you know what? Let's just see what a month of this looks like, and we'll adjust accordingly. And maybe I'll just get my...
We are spreading our faith to a new world.
Maybe I'll just see what my mining operations look like. Because I definitely think I have some worlds where I can get some more mining done for sure. This one, for instance. Yeah, it's a big bite out of my budget, but it's not as harsh as I thought it might be. And then for consumer goods, let's get 25. We'll say cap that at 2. Really? Oh, right. I was looking at the sell price, not the buy price. Yeah, so like again, clearly a mistake, but not something we can't recover from. Okay, I'm mad that this one's not doing anything. They are taking Ushikaran. So I want to start by getting Yinin back. I should also take a look. So non-aggression pacts, migration pacts, research agreements, commercial pacts, guarantees. I think I should probably review some of my...
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Advanced research complexes. To expand our knowledge base, we must consider all levels of existence. A new realm of science awaits us. Let's say Tachyon sensors, so we can have better early warning of the bad guys showing up. What happened here? Ah, I know what happened here. I converted the wrong thing. Yes, I can make this work. Now that's unexpected. I'm not quite at a point where I want to be selling all of my surplus food, but let's sell 5,000. And let's see if we can get a... Let's see if we can get a food trade with the Gearoids in. What am I paying for right now? 25. Better question. So my current rate for consumer goods is 260. Okay, they're gonna want more than what the market will. So I'm trying some different things to get myself out of this tricky spot that I put myself in. Oh, Maisa, I haven't been turning into a star fortress, so let's get that done. We've got some citadels already. Jabeth is the next one. So first thing I want to do is upgrade as many stations as I can. Okay, those are spoken for. Now, these guys have been hanging out. So there's really nothing for them to do right now. So let's send them back to... Right, I was going to review some of my treaties, so... The non-aggression pact seem to be decent ones to have in place. Is anybody guaranteeing them? Okay, they're in a defensive pact with the Vitresis Hive. General Paltanak here, acting military governor of New Baldorak. I am pleased to announce the end of major combat operations in Sector 47G. At least 512 insurgents have been confirmed killed since the operation began 2 cycles ago, while our own losses have been minimal. Extra commendations to all forces involved in keeping civilian casualties at an acceptable level. Paltanak out. Interesting. I'm debating... So, like, clearly, if I'm going to vassalize the Gearoids, it's, you know, I'm going to have to do it by force.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
So, we'll revoke the guarantee. I think I'll hang on to the others for now. The non-aggression... you know what? Yeah, we'll break the non-aggression pact as well. Okay, Galactic Stock Exchange. By engaging in free trade of goods and services, we allow for a more specialized economy where an individual can excel in a narrow field and trade for their needs. Let's do consecration fields. I also kind of want to do... no, you know what? We'll do combat training because I'm not going to invest in the military otherwise. And my transport fleet's not moving anywhere. It did occur to me that we had titanic beasts on another world, and I don't think I actually followed through on that. Let's see if we are allowed to recruit... Okay, not on that world, so we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, Wentwork is the one we were just on. Fact. Guess not. Those were orcs, Naila. That's from the humanoids species pack. So that one added cyclopses, dwarves, Roman names, and I don't know. There's a few. Okay, let's talk to the Shroud again. Take the greatest of care. Even a stray thought may be shaped into something tangible in this place, and more often than not, turned against oneself. Okay, no thinking with Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man. Reach into the Shroud. This is a particularly tempestuous region of the Shroud. Massive currents of raw psionic energy are funneled through here, sometimes giving violent birth to semi-intelligent spiritual apparitions. These confused spirits often clash with one another, unleashing massive amounts of psychic power in battles that can last millennia. In fact, several such duels seem to be taking place right now. Of course we're going to go for the psionic avatar. Powerful energies of the Shroud have been successfully channeled into a psionic avatar under our control. After translating into our universe, the newborn avatar has coalesced into spacefaring entity in orbit over Quantos. Alright, so we'll try not to throw that one away like last time. Can we take it away from the main fleets? It's scaring the children. Alright, the Gearoids no longer want to migrate. That's a shame. I mean, it was not a bad source of slaves, but... It saves me on my influence, and right now expansion is a higher priority for me. It also means, so there's going to be 2 priorities that I have when I go to war with the Vitresis Hive. I've decided that that's going to be my main goal in terms of a first conflict. It's tempting to try and subjugate the Endurga Horde. The big trick on this one is like how do I get a grip on them? Like I don't even know what that space really looks like right now. So just giving my science ships a chance to just navigate the area and understand what's going on is preferable to just kind of winging it, right? Although I should be a little careful. I should maybe try and get Wesem before too long. But yeah, so I think probably what will happen is I need to come up with some sort of an excuse to go to war with the Vitresis Hive. And the main purpose of going to war with the Vitresis Hive is actually going to be mostly to do as much damage as I possibly can to its fleets. The territory will be sort of a nice to have. The real plan behind it is going to be, okay, that's another good thing for me to keep an eye on. So there's 2 potential points of entry, one in Arcturus and one in Mestros. And it's worth remembering, as we learned with the fight with the Great Khan, a big stack of defensive platforms is not going to be sufficient to, to hold off the enemy forces. In fact, we'll build the Defense Grid supercomputer and a target uplink computer. But yeah, so the first will actually be an effort to try and take things from the Vitresis Hive. I think the best thing for me to do would be to put some claims. Oh wow, they're going hard on us. They didn't like the breaking of the non-aggression pact, so they just decided to close everything off.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
Okay. As always, we set ourselves up with our sort of shake and bake colony, so gene clinics, a temple, city districts, and presumably this is going to be another industry or forge world. But yeah, so I think what I'm going to try and do is, it's going to be tricky because I need to divide this between my desire to take certain regions, like to colonize them with my ships, but I'm eventually going to put claims on this little branch from the Vitresis Hive. Now, this is something I'd actually like to take, but the main purpose of this conflict is actually going to be so that I can fight the Vitresis Hive and try to take as many of their main fleets out as I can. So like those 12k ones, like I want to be able to really make them feel the pain. And then following that, once I've given them enough of a bloody nose, I mean, first of all, hopefully I get some territorial gains, right? But following that, then I can consider putting a vassalization offer for the Gearoid Empire. They'll almost certainly decline it. But because I'm just such an overwhelming force, then we just walk in and take over. The Vitresis aren't really going to be in a position to defend them. Now, the one tricky part here is that there's no obvious way into the Gearoid Empire. It's actually going to take me quite some time to be able to get into their land. So this is still like a long-term strategy. The trick, of course, is that assuming that I can take this from the Vitresis, or that I do it through their, I mean, in the perfect scenario, I'm able to jump through, through this gate, actually. So we're already upgrading to the Citadel. Let's add the extra bit of firepower. But yeah, the trick is going to be once I get those gains, am I going to be able to translate that into am I going to be able to capitalize on that fast enough to be able to move into this part of space? Because obviously, because the Vitresis sort of outdo me as far as military strength are concerned, I need to make sure I have everything in place to take them on. Okay, the native life of Fact Prime is built on an epic scale, far larger than anyone previously thought was possible for biological life. The question now, in the minds of our researchers, is what is their secret, and can we benefit from it? Proposals to study the native life in greater detail are flooding in. Proceed with the study.
Situation log updated.
And I've been neglecting Intham. This is actually a hard one because we don't really have any standard work slots available for these people anymore. So we'll resettle the standard workers, and let's say we'll put them on. Where's the world? I had a world with a lot of mineral slots. That's clearly turning into a priority. So Borobo. All right, that's a real shame. So we learned. I mean, we kind of got the better, or they got the better of this anyway. But clearly, this was a costly decision. It's still worth it in my opinion. We're obviously better off in terms of getting our extra influence to be able to expand. But it's not without cost. What are you asking? Like the difficulty level? I think it's just the standard difficulty level, or maybe one above. I feel like I went for the standard one though because it's been a while. But yeah, this is definitely like I don't want to give any illusions. This is definitely not a I'm wrestling Stellaris to its knees. This is definitely I'm telling my fun little sci-fi story of this quasi-religious group of cryptographers called the Black Codex. What was I thinking of doing? Yeah, well, it's just like, you know, if I had a game which is like my go-to in terms of like I really want to dig in deep in the systems and like mess around with it. I sort of feel like Europa Universalis, it would probably be my go-to for that. Which is not to say that there isn't depth to Stellaris. There is quite a bit. All right, so why on earth? All right. Maybe that wasn't the mineral world I thought it was? Nope, that's the one. You know what? Let's go all in on that. You could potentially be playing a Hell on Earth endgame because of the crash. That's true. Sorry, what was I going to say? But yeah, like I guess the big one for me is that Stellaris is it's unique, like in the sense because you don't have history kind of pinning you down in terms of specific decisions. I just think it's a little more. It allows for a little bit more. Okay, what's the? Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, I was wondering what on earth was going on. We're fine though. Sorry, 1 sec. Okay. Because it's not tied to history, and you're given a little bit of extra flexibility, that's, I think, one of the real strengths of Stellaris is the fact that you kind of get to cut loose and tell your own story. Like, I've definitely had more challenging games where I just sort of like dab the sweat off my brow and I'm like, all right, that was it. That was a good one. Doesn't work as well on stream for me because I just tend to find that, especially being able to talk about science fiction that we like is usually it's at least the bigger appeal for me. And it's harder to have those kinds of conversations when you are really trying to focus on what your next maneuver is going to be. But it's not to say that that's not a viable way of playing Stellaris. And if anything, Stellaris has only grown in that regard. In this case, I'm finding a reasonable balance. It's been an interesting one just because I was largely untouched in this side of the galaxy, and yet I had this huge Empire Sprawl problem. I think I've been playing too many Megacorps, and I just stopped caring about the Empire Sprawl. But it definitely has not stopped us from being able to sort of throw our weight around in the galactic community. All right, Titanic life study success. After a period of research and study, the scientists on Fact Prime have managed to make a breakthrough and achieve limited communications with some of the Titans. While huge, slow, and difficult to talk to, the Titans are incredibly tough and strong. Some few have expressed a desire to join our military forces, where they will undoubtedly be an incredible asset. I was wondering why I wasn't able to do that. So, oh no, not resettle, recruit. So I guess the cap then is 3, like, total. That's a shame. I feel like I should be able to, if I get more planets with more Titanic life, I should be able to get more out of it. Anyway. The rust? What rust? Oh, that rust. Just scrape it off. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It's good as new. No! 1,000 times no! Actually, you know what? I do kind of need the mineral. Certainly, we accept your deal.
Construction complete.
All right, this was a long time coming. So I don't have as much cash as I used to, but I still want to convert the worlds where I can. We'll build our mining stations and such. And I'm going to work on Taiga. Again, the key here is I still want to try and push towards what my previous goals were in terms of getting as many worlds as I can. I'm more about reinforcing the borders right now, so I'm maybe not going to pursue. I'm really going to pursue reclaiming what I previously had, as opposed to trying to expand out beyond just claiming new planets. At least until I get my claims on the Vitresis Hive. But I think we're in a good enough spot to manage most of that. Once we've got, the true Endurga Horde has joined the galactic community. Okay, they're nobody, and the Endurga successor Khanate. This is, by the way, one of the first times that I've seen second time I've seen two. So I saw it once, otherwise I wouldn't know that they could split into more than one. Generally, I handle the Great Khan much better, and as a result, it's rare for me to sort of see these ones come in. Again, as far as I'm concerned, these are just expansion opportunities and ones that I want to be somewhat quick in acting on, because I also think the Vitresis Hive will look at them the same way. But I have my plans. With that in mind, let's take a quick look. We're falling behind in consumer goods again, which makes me sad. But I want to see where we're at intelligence-wise with the Vitresis Hive, because I would like to make the most of my capabilities. So we're currently at the max infiltration level. Yeah, that's not nearly enough. So it seems to me we want to acquire another asset. Okay, that's fine. And we have a lot of colonization to do. Let's take a quick
We are
look at
spreading our faith to a new world.
Okay, that's Mesa, so I think I am going to set it up
Our
with
ships
a
have been improved.
crew quarters. This is a really tough one to manage because like this is supposed to be a frontline base. Let's try and get some citadels built if I can. I'm out of the money for that. I think we'll just wait to get the last of the citadel upgrades in. All right, and we did also gain we gained some extra space for our fleets. So let's spend a little. I really don't like the fleet manager, but it's not bad for working these things out. So if I tried for a battleship and 2 cruisers, okay, so I could fit that in. Now we're overweight in destroyers right now, so maybe if I try and add 4 corvettes. Yeah, that'll work for me.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Okay, that's actually not bad for us because we're gonna get some of our minerals back, so we can probably cancel. Well, I'll cancel that trade, and I'll upgrade this one. Right, a more extensive training program for new recruits, including realistic combat scenarios, prepare them for the field. And so much I want to do. Let's go for command limit. And whirlwind missiles. New miniaturization techniques allow us to develop swarmer missiles with more powerful warheads and improved flight performance. So for this one, if I can, the idea is to just go for some cheap upgrades. I do want to be a little military focused though, because it's now more than any other time we're likely to go to war. So okay, resolution has failed. We knew that was going to happen. What is this? This is the education campaign. So I don't recall. This is, yeah, energy credits I don't mind spending. And recycling campaign. Recycling campaign, I believe, helps with the consumer goods output, which is definitely something I want to do. And I don't want to spend my influence because it's too scarce. So we'll see what happens when the month turns over in terms of my economy. Oop. Alien megastructure built. The Vitresis Hive has completed the construction of their gateway in the Myriad system. So that is going to have... Okay, so that thing's working. Trap. The agreement we signed giving you access to our databanks has run its course. Would you like to extend it another 10 standard years, or do your researchers no longer require the information that we offer? We would like to extend the deal. We also know that the Kickstarter's coming up. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets. Acknowledged. So 6 is not that much to spend. Okay, so we're still short on the minerals, but let's adjust. So we'll add another 20 to the consumer goods. For the minerals, we will add 230. I can always draw from my stockpiles, but I'd still like to be in the black. We're doing okay energy credit wise, so there's no reason for me to be stingy. Repeal the Tianqi Conservation Act? Absolutely not. I want to be a little mindful of any construction ships that are potentially heading to Wezen. That'll obviously provoke my own expansion. Our ships have
been improved.
Unfortunately, you're going to have to get very used to hearing our ships have been improved for the next little while. Okay. Another slave for what? Wow! I don't know what happened here, but this is great news for us. Okay, so for starters, oh, this is heaven. Let's find every world with untapped jobs. Wait, have we really used up all the miner jobs already? My God. Okay, so we'll have 6 on Borobo. Oh, that's not actually very... it's not very healthy for them. Alright, well, that's life. And I think we had another one with a lot of generators that we were... Oh man. This has basically got to be a rural world. Wentwork Artem. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Okay, so I can't have it all. Seems to me the generators are the higher priority here, so... Wait a minute. Yeah, it's a Vexorus. Why did I think it was Wentworth? Sorry, I'm losing my mind, clearly.
Our ships.
So obviously that's going to create a bunch of disruption for a little while, but we'll be fine. And if you don't mind, I'm sorry to run off like this, but I actually kind of need to go to the bathroom, and then I don't think it would hurt to refresh my tea. So I'm going to be going. I'll be gone a little bit longer than these usual breaks. I am going to run ads, and I'm trying something new here. So I'm not going to lie, I get a little bit of money from the ads, not enough to actually make it worth it to run. But I'd actually really like it if you got up and like stretched and like did something other than go to the computer. Now I realize some of you that's going to mean going to another channel, and I apologize. It shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes, but I just need to get myself, need to get myself sorted out and a little bit more focused. But yeah, I'm going to very briefly run ads. I think they go for like a minute. That is going to cut off the pre-roll ads for people stopping by a little bit later in the day. It has been a couple of hours, so especially if you've been here from the beginning of the stream, I do encourage you to just take a minute, stretch, maybe get yourself some water, or otherwise do something that isn't staring into the gaze of the computer. Whatever you do, please do not actually watch the ads that are running here. I am only ever going to do that on the intention that you have an ad blocker, or that you are otherwise not going to see what what Twitch is serving up. But I'm not going to be gone for more than 2 or 3 minutes. So I hope to see you when I get back, and we will try. I don't think we're going to get into any wars, but we will definitely be positioning ourselves towards some more aggressive activities. But that will come after I get myself a caffeinated beverage and relieve myself of the previous caffeinated beverages. See you all in a little bit. Okay, sorry that took a little bit longer than I was planning, but I see we've got QWERTY S, 91st of their name. Thank you very much for stopping by. This is a little bit more of just a relaxed or casual playthrough. So this is the one that I started when the Nemesis DLC came out. Paradox kindly gave me a key for promotional purposes. And I wanted to do, so whenever I play Stellaris, I've every time I've done a stream, I've worked out a little bit of a backstory for the species that I do. I'll actually take the time to go through what we did for this one after I deal with the current event that I'm on. But basically, I wanted to do something that was really focused around the espionage mechanics that were added in the Nemesis DLC. And in this case here, it's been a bit of a weird one, because we started off, it didn't really seem like that there were that many species in the galaxy. Two of these, so one of them was absorbed by my neighbors. Two of them emerged as a result of the Great Khan, but largely, like, the Great Khan's ship was too fast for us to catch up with them, so they were really good at taking out our spaceports, but we weren't really able to pin them down into a battle. We have largely avoided conflict because we've just had these inexpensive gains that I've been able to sort of get through just natural expansion. It's been a relatively quiet playthrough, although as far as the espionage side of things is concerned, it's been working out very effectively. We are very slowly gearing up for a little bit more of a military engagement, but even then, like, we're going to be building it. We're not actually, I don't think we're going to undertake it on this stream. But let me work through the acquire asset event, and then we can talk about who we're playing. So this is our attempt to acquire an asset in the Vitresis Hive. A short list of targets has been drawn up. These operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. Good. So obviously 6 is not a lot to be paying to potentially gain vital intelligence on the threat. So the Vitresis Hive, I think there was only one advanced start in this particular playthrough. We've done a decent enough job of closing the gap, although they do still have a military edge on us. The way that so the overall strategy that we're going to be employing, my Empire Ethic, I'll get to that in a minute. The strategy that we're going to be employing is we've got the Gearoid Empire, which we used to have reasonably close ties with, but they decided to sort of sever everything. Hey, Night Valian. Just because they're different ethics doesn't mean they're the wrong ethics. I keep, the one thing I should have done before I left the Gearoids was to actually, you know what, we can rework that right now. Sorry, I'm gonna just do a quick. Oh no, that's right. We sent two envoys, one for each of the successor states. But yeah, so basically, the Gearoid Empire is currently in a defensive pact with the Vitresis Hive. The Vitresis Hive is sort of the strongest non-fallen empire in the galaxy right now, but they have definitely been losing their edge. So the plan will be to gain some claims on this little pocket. We do actually already have a wormhole into their territory, but the nice thing would be to just sort of kick them out of my little branch of the galaxy. This will give me access to a gateway as well as another wormhole. We don't actually know where this one goes. But the main purpose of doing this war is actually just to provoke them to start moving their very strong fleets after me. And the aim here is going to be, just do as much damage as I possibly can to their navies over what is ultimately a fairly trivial war goal. So in the worst case scenario, they don't engage with me at all and I get some free territory. More likely, they're going to be pretty mad about this, and they're going to want to exact their revenge. And the hope is that we're going to be able to use the fact that I'm a human being and they're a computer to sort of outfox them and do some serious damage to their navy. And that's going to be with a mind to then declare, or basically force vassalization on the Gearoid Empire, because we've already bloodied the Vitresis Hive. I believe if it's a defensive war, they are still allowed to join in and sort of protect their ally. So I would need to prepare for them coming in. But the trick here would just be that because we've already blunted their military response, that will just kind of be rolling over, rolling over the Gearoids, who I believe are pathetic compared to me, although they might have... No, they're just inferior now. So they have actually been gaining a little bit of... they've been gaining a little bit of speed. You're surprised the Fallen Empire isn't working? I mean, it's not that... Like, we just got over the Khan, right? I don't think the Fallen Empires wake up that early. What else was I going to say? Right, there was a question about my Empire ethics. I do just want to take a quick second here, other than Night Valian's joking about my taking my time to talk. No, sorry, I was just explaining this. So the point of this is to get the border system specifically so I can weaken the Vitresis Hive, basically so that they spend all of these efforts to try and defend these fairly worthless systems so that I can go and vassalize the Gearoid Empire. Because being able to sort of tax them and just generally not have to administer this extra little bit of territory is worth something to me. But if I just directly go to try and vassalize the Gearoid Empire, that means I have to fight both them. While I'm busy trying to use my fleets, trying to take out all of these systems, the Vitresis Hive is going to have a wormhole that goes into my borders, as well as also potentially being able to pour out over the edge here. So the idea here is to go to war over something trivial, because it's something that I know I can contain and that I'm going to be able to actually eliminate this military threat to me. Anyways, Night Valian is a Brazilian streamer. He's been doing the Metroid series. I believe he's on Metroid Prime 2, and somebody who tends to stream a little bit later than me. So you've often seen him hosted. I know I'm going to be talking quite a bit about my species, so I'm going to have to give a bit of a shorter. Shout out to him here, but definitely somebody I recommend, particularly for those of you who like to keep the stream on and just kind of hear the sound of my voice. I think Night Valian's pretty good for that too. At least that's what I've heard. I know a few of you who like Stellaris have checked out his channel already. But the question was, what are the ethics for the Black Codex? So I'm actually going to do this in reverse. So as I mentioned, I really like doing sort of a backstory for the species and all of that. This one was no exception. So this is the story of the Black Codex. Accurately separating the facts and legends about the Black Codex would require membership, and anything less than membership in the higher orders would only be accurate about 60% of the time. Reputed members have ranged from Rhizome Capital's most popular televangelist, Francis Baybury, to the unnamed head of the intelligence services of the Blessed Alari Grand Duchy. The greatest cryptographers have been stymied by the Black Codex's use of metaphorical ciphers, while the great philosophers of lesser empires lack the computational power to bear witness to the labyrinthine sermons of Matriarch Bethen, who at the time of creation was the name of the ruler. The Black Codex knows and keeps all. What they do with the information remains to be seen. So what I wanted to try and do here, there's a few different ideas that we're running through this. Ideas like the Pythagoreans, and sort of similar groups that were very serious about what we would maybe consider academic studies today, but also sort of had these mystical qualities to them as well. And this, of course, is lining up. There was a viewer who correctly identified that this was also driven by the fact that the patch for Nemesis was named after Philip K. Dick. In fact, the Man in the High Castle, I think, is the origin for the idea of the metaphorical ciphers. There's a description of the Japanese not necessarily being able to build a cipher that the Germans wouldn't be able to crack, but because it was using these illusions, it was more poetic. The Germans weren't necessarily able to appreciate what was being communicated through the messages. So the idea here was I wanted something that would be almost like a secret society, something that, while I can't necessarily do this inside of the game, I guess I could do something like a subversive cult if I wanted to play a megacorp, but I've played a lot of megacorps lately. I wanted something that sort of has this idea that you'd potentially have, I called it the Black Codex, but you can pick whatever you want. There's obviously, I tend to like, we've had Cool Facts in the chat who has been asking a lot of interesting questions about it, and I definitely don't build up like a full scaffolding for for a species. So like I don't work out every detail, kind of like I know some fantasy authors like to do. But yeah, like the idea here would be to try and get as close to something that I could say, like, this is presumably the kind of order that people who would be attracted to intelligence services might be a member of. And there's always that wonder if, your intelligence director is in fact a member of this group. Now, obviously you can't model that inside of the game, but that's sort of the implication. So then the question is, how did I represent this in the game? So the species traits I went for were intelligent, traditional, communal, and then I did slow breeders. And the argument here was that this is definitely something much more in kind of the Gnostic tradition. This is hard stuff to understand, and it's a narrow path, and only a certain number of people are really going to be able to understand this and achieve salvation or whatever. So it's not necessarily that they're slow breeders, but it's the idea that the people who are kind of qualified to be a part of this thing. Obviously, it's fairly selective, and it's not necessarily, that's not necessarily going to lead to you having swollen member ranks, right? This isn't a mega church, right? It isn't, the doors are not in fact open to everyone. So this brings me to your question, which was, what were the ethics? So the ethics have more or less stayed the same. We were authoritarian and fanatic spiritualist. I actually haven't played a lot of spiritualist empires, so I wanted to kind of jump in with both feet. I really do like building robots. And then we originally started with exalted priesthood and cutthroat politics. Obviously, I went for cutthroat politics because of the added code breaking. But the argument would sort of be here that this is the sort of group where they don't necessarily view the idea of breaking your, another member's ciphers is necessarily a bad thing. That your research needs to be protected. Again, like these are people who would be as comfortable discussing things like Claude Shannon's information theory, as well as elaborating on sacred texts. And they don't necessarily see a separation between the two any more than, let's say, Platonists would see a separation between mathematics as we sort of know it and the things that we maybe would relegate towards Plato's philosophies today. But yeah, the idea that I would have here would be that the cutthroat politics would be that, while you don't necessarily want people who are actively looking to completely subvert the order, they take this stuff seriously, and it's not necessarily frowned upon if you are capable of breaking your colleague's cipher and taking their stuff. We were able to expand out to Byzantine bureaucracy. So again, I just sort of took the idea here: society is governed by a complex and to the outsider almost labyrinthine system of bureaucracy. Again, the idea here is just that you have to have done the required reading. Maybe it's not the idea that if you're a member of the Black Codex, if you're doing if you're trying to get your driver's license, you need to solve like a Sudoku puzzle or something like that. But again, this is all just different ways that I can try. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to do the mapping of the idea that I had for this species, and to try and connect them to things that I would have inside of the game, ways that I was able to express those ideas. And then finally, I didn't plan this, but I actually really liked how this turned out. We went for the remnant start. So I thought there's this interesting kind of question mark which you can have, which is because it says the civilization once spanned the void, controlling much of the galaxy. They were eventually defeated and almost destroyed, but after a long period of destruction, they are returning to the stars. So I sort of decided that this would be the intelligence arm of a previous empire. And then I haven't actually I don't have like an answer for myself. Like if I was a better writer and I could like do the ongoing stories of the Black Codex, like this is the sort of thing I would leave to like fans to argue about in the forums or something like that. But again, I don't mean to suggest that this is a particularly profound little story that I've made here. But the fun part about this is that there is the implication that either in the collapse of the Empire, this intelligence branch was able to sort of hive itself off and preserve, and over time it sort of it gained this religious significance. So this would almost be sort of the Imperium of man in Warhammer 40k, right? Where it's sort of originally this enlightened technocracy which instead has become this very stagnant, very religious, and very authoritarian group. That's obviously a little. I mean, Warhammer 40k is just grimdark from top to bottom, so that's not quite where I'm going with this. But you get the idea, right? Which is that the origins of this particular organization may not necessarily have, or actually, better example would be Comstar from BattleTech. I think I've done that analogy before. And then there's the other one, which is to say that, in fact, this always had this religious significance, and that it just happens to be the elect. And perhaps that's even why they're even more convinced. Perhaps they went from simply spiritualist to fanatic spiritualist because they were the ones to survive the collapse of the Empire. And if anything, this was just an affirmation that they were the elect, that they were the chosen. And again, I personally don't have a firm belief as to which one it is, but as soon as I saw this origin, I kind of knew that's where it was. So yeah, I mean, again, I didn't necessarily pick any of these for any gameplay reasons other than I wanted to try and do something that was reinforcing the code making, code breaking side. And then again, I've got my interest in Philip K. Dick. I've got sort of my background in, I was an RA in classical studies for a little bit. So I have my little baggage, I guess, that I'm bringing towards that. But I definitely think this is the fun way for me to play Stellaris. And hello, I am Rivers. Cool Facts asks, could a hive mind join the Black Codex as normally as any other individual member? Well, this is a tricky one, right? Because I've never quite been able to figure out how the hive minds, like how the drones really work. I suppose if you could make an argument that a drone in a hive mind is contributing in the way that we would expect other members to, I would see, like, there's no prejudice. You fools, you've doomed us all. I really wish that would have been the Vitresis hive that happened to. And Wiener Mold, or possibly Wiener Mold. Hello to both of you. But yeah, I mean, it would have to be, in the end, right? This is this is a group that is very much focused on the brightest and the best, pursuing what they consider to be the truth, or a passage towards the truth that is incredibly important to them. And so you kind of need to. I think the drone would need to demonstrate how it was capable of doing that, because when I think of hive minds, I tend not to think of autonomy, which is what I'm consistent. That's kind of what I consider to be consistent with that type of research. That's great to hear, I'm Rivers. Do you have a particular favorite, like a kind of empire that you like to play, or an approach that you like to take to the game? All right, the Great Tempest. This is the L Gate, which I didn't even know whether or not there was an L Gate in this playthrough, but it turns out it was in the... where is it? I guess we'll find out as soon as all the big... oh, there it is. The Gindor Black Hole. So we don't really have that much to worry about from the... Yeah, the most likely way that they're going to hit us is through Chor's Compass. Right, scientists from the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation have somehow established a permanent connection to a distant group of stars, referred to by their astronomers as the L Cluster, that had previously been isolated from the galaxy. Unfortunately, this has, in turn, triggered an invasion of our galaxy by the cluster's inhabitants, aggressive nanomachines that attack everything in sight. They are emerging from subspace portals designated as L-gates, and any attempts to communicate with them have failed. In the wake of their passage through the gates, we have detected emanating from the cluster that they came from. Put message on the screen. Decoding repeating automated subspace transmission. Establishing translation matrix. Alert! Message is heavily corrupted. Attempting reconstitution of message fragments. 3 message fragments partially recovered. Access fragment 1. Decoding fragment 1. We are the architects of the Galactic Gateway Network. If you are receiving this transmission, then we can only... that we are not too late. Perhaps one of our message boys somehow slipped past and escaped the cluster before it was closed off. Do not, repeat, do not restore access to the dormant gateway in our star cluster. Under no circumstances must a stable connection be formed between the and the galaxy at large. For the sake of all civilization, our cluster has to remain under permanent quarantine. In an act that will inevitably doom our civilization, we have deliberately isolated our home cluster to prevent the spread of the Nar Deshav, the Grey Tempest. These self-replicating nanomachines were instrumental in the construction of our gateway network, but when they're at conclusion, we'd found that they would no longer accept our commands. Through a hidden back door, our managed to recall the machines to the home cluster, but the security hole has since been plugged. When they started harvesting our planets for materials, we knew that it was only a matter of time before... The main facility is the key. All of there are routed through subspace array, and without it, they cannot function. Unfortunately, all of our attempts to disable it have failed and can no longer muster the forces to another assault. If the quarantine of our cluster has failed, you must destroy this facility. As long as it remains, the Grey Tempest will continue to surge unabated throughout the galaxy. We are truly sorry for unleashing this horror. In our hubris, we... Oh, this is a wild one, I Am Rivers. So... yeah, Cordy, it's 91. It's like, this. The big thing for me is that to compare... Like, so I do enjoy this game as a strategy war game for sure. But because I have had a lot of fun playing this game as a, like, I'm going to play it on a hard difficulty and I'm going to try and take down the, the rival empires, or I'm going to try and blob myself out as large as I possibly can. The thing is that particularly with streaming this game, it's really cool to be able to share what kind of, what kind of science fiction people are into. It's neat to sort of see where the story goes. So sometimes there will be events that happen in the game that like push me towards a neat little bit of backstory. And I think the thing that's so interesting is because there's all of these different story events that come up, you get to sort of color some of the, some of the meaning of some of the stuff that you've been running into. So for instance, I was playing this species which was intended to be like my Stellaris representation of cats, and we killed the ether drake, and one of the options you have for the ether drake is to, I think it's like there's like some big bonus to research or something like that, and no, I think I'm thinking the wrong one. Anyways, it's one of the Leviathans, or you can keep it as a trophy. And I'm like, well, obviously they're the space cats, and what do cats do when they've killed something? They get the trophy and they put it on your doorstep. So like in that case, it's not necessarily something I would have picked because I usually am pretty set in my ways in terms of what events I want to have happen. But obviously if you have a backstory in mind about how you want to, or like who you think you're playing, to me, it's actually something that gives you some added value in terms of the different events that you run into. And it's really, in my opinion, it's a really fun way of playing, and particularly when you're streaming, because, last stream we had somebody, we talked a bit about the movie Sunshine. I obviously am a big fan of Philip K. Dick. There's a couple of references to it. I was delighted when somebody, like, I didn't point out the Philip K. Dick stuff originally, and it was, I think it was Tillman Inc., who had sort of pointed out the connections, which I was delighted by. Again, it's a chance where, I still get to play the strategy game, right? If I don't manage my empire well, I'm going to lose. But it's a chance for me to be able to talk about stuff that's interesting, and potentially, for people who haven't necessarily seen some of this stuff, maybe give them a reason to maybe check out some of the stuff that I'm talking about. Because pretty much every species I've come up with, there's usually been something that I've read in the background that will inspire the direction that I'm going. So yeah, I Am Rivers. For the first 3 times I did the L-Gate, I only had positive things happen, and then this was the event that popped up when I had my first negative L-Gate event. So basically, inside the L-Gate, which I don't believe I'm able to look into, there is, in one of these systems, there's like a factory that's just going to keep churning out these really powerful fleets. So basically, the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation is going to get it in the throat. They're not particularly strong. And what I want to do right now, I know this is a little tedious, and I've been talking a lot about my empire, but I just want to do, now that we know the L-Gate event is upon us and that it's a negative one, I want to take a minute here and see. The best, of course, would be if there was an L-Gate in the middle of the Vitresis hive. Unfortunately, there is not. So this is going to put a small damper on my war planning. Now, the good news is that ultimately I'm going to be the one to kick off the war. I have reasonably good relations with everybody else. But what's likely going to happen here is that the Grey Tempest is going to come out of the Grindor Black Hole. They're going to go through Chor's Compass, so that probably means the Caravan Coalition are gone. And at that point, that brings them through the riser system. So one of the things I want to do, obviously, is boost up the riser system. But before I do that, I want to fill out my navy. Now, this is also an opportunity for me. So the best thing for me to do is to actually wait for the Zaxoid to sort of have their empire cut in half. And then I go through and I start claiming systems for myself, including an L-Gate. Then I start dealing with the Grey Tempest. So, I still have some time to boost up my my fleets, but there's a reason why we put the resources towards the alloys. We are going to want to get our fleets at full capacity. Speaking of, let's get that second cruiser.
To a new world. Our ships have been improved.
Okay, and then we need 4 corvettes.
Our ships have been improved.
I had no idea that it's the highest probability. Yeah, so I kid you not. I'm pretty sure it was 3 in a row. A 3 in a row where I wound up with something. I think there was like the one where those little mini ether drakes kind of come running out of the.
Our ships have been improved.
Running out of the L-Gate. Most of them were pretty benign. So I was a little disappointed when I found out that
have been improved.
There's some nasty stuff that can happen too.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Alright, as the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Gani Bethan has moved to secure our new asset within the Vitresis hive. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. Commence the operation. Advanced sensors that rely on rotating tachyon beams to detect ship movements even at extreme distances. So that's obviously going to be particularly helpful for... It's going to be particularly helpful for the for detecting the bad guys showing up. Kind of feel like I should do gateway travel. I'd love to do some more shooty abilities, but I think in this case here we should probably be focusing on our ability to use the stuff that we plan on taking. Asset acquired. Spymaster Gani Bethan reports from the Vitresis Hive. A successful execution so far. We've laid claim to part of the Vitresis Hive entity, an asset which allows us to interfere with the Hive, obscure our movements against it, and much more. Okay, so the aim here with the Vitresis Hive is to get ourselves up to sort of 100 infiltration. So currently we've got 75. I think I'm actually going to run and I'm going to do another acquire asset mission right away. Okay, and then
our ships have been
I got to do the
improved.
same with my other Starfleet. Archaeological site discovered. Science ship has picked up a strange reading emanating from Spuget. Okay, I got a few things to do there. So one thing I got to do is find a nearby science ship. Who's good at archaeology? I don't have any archaeologists left, huh? Oh, but I do have an idle science ship. What's going on here? Okay, so the plan here is to do the excavation. I don't think we have many more
The
opportunities
faithful
to do
have
that.
claimed
But
a new world.
I also forgot about the Mutherian. So Borobo is going to have its unemployment dealt with in a little bit, but I'm going to send them to Wentworth because they've got science jobs there. And we'll do our usual... So because we've got the slow growth rate, we'll do the gene clinics, and then we usually start with a temple. I was wondering when the Kickstarter would ask for money again. Esteemed Matriarch Tigi Dakara, a decade ago the Black Codex pledged to support the artisan troupe, and so you have. The time of your patronage is coming to an end, but we would be remiss not to ask. Would you care to renew your subscription to the finest arts and crafts in the galaxy? We're getting a little short on money. Obviously, we're not making 6,000 a month anymore because of my rather aggressive pursuit of alloys, but this is still affordable. So it's a deal. Does the resolution focus on the Tempest prevent you from declaring war? That's a really good question. I don't believe it does. Let's take a quick look. I'm very short on influence. So I've tended not to participate that much in the Galactic Council. Let's see if we can find... all empires within the galactic community will open borders to one another and mobilize for war. I don't see anything about having open borders that would prevent us from doing wars, so I'm cautiously going to say no. Another thing that I would want to consider, like, because we're starting to close the gap a little bit, one resolution I'd be a little bit more interested in pursuing, actually, is the... where is it? Change council size to 2. And in fact, because the Vitresis Hive supports it, we'd be able to push it through. Anyways, the thing is I actually don't really want I don't want the galaxy focusing on it quite yet. This is a chance for me, as long as I'm able to contain the Grey Tempest on my own. It's actually to my advantage that some territory, like I was not going to be able to access an L-gate, and now there's the possibility that I can. And if nothing else, this is going to largely be somebody else's problem for a while, and so it gives me an opportunity to try and find a way to make my way into that.
We are spreading our faith to a new world.
It's basically going to give me a chance to potentially pursue expansion into an area that could be pretty lucrative for me. Our deep cover operatives have stepped up their surveillance on potential targets.
Construction complete.
Okay, so we're on our way to our last bit of diplomacy. I haven't done the last ascension perk yet, just because I haven't quite figured out where I want to go with this. It's kind of hard to see me going for a Colossus, but I also don't really need any of the ascension perks at the moment, so I'm just sitting on my hands there. But finally we have diplomacy, so we can do diplomatic grants if I want. Diplomacy, the surest way to destroy your enemies is to make them your friends. And this is something that will allow me to form federations. So one very natural approach I might want to take is to form a federation with the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation. Obviously, they're going to be a junior partner. Probably less likely I'll be able to rope the Giroid in. But the idea here is I'll try and make something of a coalition against the Vitresis Hive. Definitely a possibility. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to take a second here and see if there's any gates inside of the Vitresis Hive. I think the more likely scenario is that the Grey Tempest is going to, if they're going to be going into any other empire, what's likely going to happen is they're going to be jumping through Chor's Compass and hitting Riser. So I may want to station a fleet there in preparation. But the first signal, like what I'm waiting for right now, is I'm waiting to start seeing some territory to go dark. Once I see that, then I'm going to have a much better idea in terms of where I need to move my defenses. Okay, Yinan's definitely one that we want to get that starport upgraded. Now again, we don't have the Khan event to worry about anymore, so it's not as great of a threat as it used to be. But I definitely want to get right now. This is kind of a natural choke point for me. I definitely want to recover what was lost during the the sieges. And then of course the simple fact that we've got starbase capacity, we'll have room for 5 more stations. So what I really need to start doing is just plugging in the last holes as far as my trade network's concerned. So there's a few in here. I'm a little surprised that these are I'm guessing it's just because of the value of the trade is so high now. And it seems like we are bypassing this bit of lawless space now. So, but yeah. So in addition to some defensive, just defenses, I want to get some. I just want to get some additional starports down. 1 to either defend my territories, or 2 to defend my trade routes. Defend my borders, and then also to get the things like Unity from having black sites and such. The thing is that there's so many planets that I'm going to be colonizing in the next little while that I've been sitting on my hands on that just because I know we're going to be expanding so rapidly. Yeah, so I'm actually quite content for the Grey Tempest to do that, because if I get evidence that the Grey Tempest is bothering some other part of the galaxy, that's not necessarily a battle that I want to voluntarily take on. So for instance, if I get some indication that the Vitresis Hive is the one who has to deal with the Grey Tempest, that's the perfect time for me to try and gobble up its holdings. The real shame here is that we have absolutely no idea of what's going on in this side of the galaxy. In fact, maybe one thing I can do. So all my surveyors seem to be in roughly the same spot of the galaxy. Let's maybe take one of those and... the Gyroid Empire has declared war on the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation. Now we'll see which empire is stronger. Well, that's a real shame that had to happen at that point. So obviously the Gyroids are the aggressors. So I was thinking if there was some way that I could do like a defensive pact. MC, how you doing? System Talk is intergalactic and I'm here for it. How you doing? No Cloudpunk till Friday. Cause to dance. Strange occurrences have been reported among the colonists on Evexis Prime. Apparently, many individuals are taken to dancing in the streets for hours and even days on end, refusing to stop until they are physically restrained. So far, it has only affected a relatively small portion of the population, and our authorities have yet to establish a pattern. Well, clearly, there is a heart cult on Evexis Prime. Yeah, go ahead if you want to tell an amusing story from an earlier version. Let's combine. So there should still be 2 corvettes that are coming out here somewhere. Seismic disturbances. There have been many reports of unexplainable seismic disturbances on Niscomia Prime. Tremors can be felt across the planet, and many of our settlements have suffered damage. While investigating the earthquakes, our scientists discovered a vast network of subterranean caverns. The deepest of these caverns are home to some kind of indigenous civilization, and they appear to be tunneling towards the surface. Ground vibrations from our settlements may have triggered this behavior, but we cannot be certain. There is no telling how these aliens will react when they spill out of their tunnels and encounter our colonists. We have to deal with this situation. All right. So as a precautionary measure,
Situation log
I
updated.
don't remember exactly how this thing turns out. We'll start by establishing communications, but we will also put an army in the... Actually, we won't just put an army there. We'll also maybe train up. Okay, I just want a quick idea. Okay, so the psionic army is definitely the elite. Let's grab 5. Oh man, I'd really love to do the active effect, but I just have other things to do with my influence right now. What I have been failing to do though is use this for other purposes. So we will declare a religious revelation, and then we will reverse engineer arcane technology. Study of the artifacts has advanced some of our research. I don't really think I'll do peaceful or military applications until the time comes.
Special project complete.
One of our probes burrowed through the ground and intercepted the tunneling aliens on Uskomia Prime. After the startled alien workers calmed down, the probe was successful in establishing communication with their leaders. This thing on? Can you see us, surfacers? We understand you hail from the great nothing that lies upwards, beyond the stone. It was assumed that nothing could exist there, but evidently this is not so. What are your intentions? Tell us about yourselves. Our empire stretches across every pocket of the known world. Only the great nothing lies beyond our reach. We have many fine cities supported by lichen farms and the fish we catch in large rivers flowing through our tunnels. This has been our way for thousands of years. Our diggers heard the faint echoes of your cities through the stone, and we decided to investigate. So, as much as I would love to say submit or be destroyed, they are going to crush us if we do that. So, we can obviously see the effects. So, subterranean civilization modifier added gives us society research, and then we get bonuses to generator districts, max districts, and subterranean liaison officer. So it seems to me like this is not a bad outcome anyway. And so we shall, Surfacer. Let us share this world together and in the spirit of peace. We would be most interested in trading with your people. I believe we have much to offer one another. We shall return to our cities and make the arrangements. And while we are waiting for some other things to happen, let's just see. So I don't have worker jobs, and I should have been paying closer attention to that. I am freaking out a little bit about my mineral needs. Right now, because this is a bureaucratic center, I'm going to build 4 more city districts. How are we doing for specialist jobs? Plenty of room for bureaucrats. A short list of targets has been drawn up. Those operatives who are no longer tasked with surveillance will provide cover for the others. And basically, if we see 3 or fewer, so this is a good example. Got a bunch of artisans, dust deserts, isolated valleys. And this is... okay, so this is going to be one where we want to build... civilian replicator complexes, or whatever the equivalent for. Please tell me I'm able to build these things. Oh no. Here we go, civilian industries. I thought the T was going to fix this. Okay. Wentwork's coming along nicely. Still some priest and researcher jobs available. This is definitely going to be a world where there's a priority for upgrading the sort of the science and temples. It's worth remembering that we are the custodians, so there's bonuses to culture workers and researchers, but artisans, miners, and gas refineries aren't really going to produce that much. So really the biggest bonuses are going to be for energy generators, which we've already got, and then agriculture districts. I can't remember what... no, hang on, it's the Titanic Life that I think is taking up one of those slots. But again, what I'm focusing on right now is just making sure that I don't run out of workers. Did I really want this to be a food world? I guess I did. I mean, it might be a little bit of everything before all is said and done, but yeah, I pretty much reflexively upgrade my planetary administrations. This is at 3, so this we're already hammering all the energy and generators, so no surprises here. Fact has got more than enough jobs. Wow. Oh, that's right, because I filled this thing up, so we can upgrade this again. And in fact, if it's a forge world, that means we're going to be able to build... We got to wait for the upgrade to happen, but I believe we'll be able to build a Ministry of Production. So we are ahead of schedule there. Did I really do 3 farm worlds? And why did I build 2 temples? That's the second time I've done something like that. I mean, I'm not going to complain about the temple, but I feel like I'm... I feel like I'm forgetting things that I shouldn't be forgetting. Good lord, what's going on with this crime? Oh, you know what? It's probably... We probably have... Okay, well, slaves are going to be unhappy, but... But it has to be something to do with the habitability. Either way, I may actually consider building something like the Psy-Core. Am I not forgetting Onisan? I have no idea what you mean by Onisan. Okay. We're already building the city district, so there's nothing to worry about for the workers. 11, 9, 6, 14, 6, 2, but we're already building out new jobs. These are being colonized. Okay, we're back on track. Now, I am a little weirded out by what's going on with... Oh, nuts. I know exactly what went wrong here. Okay, sword... I combined the wrong fleet. This is supposed to be 24. Okay, so we've got one of these coming in. Kill the raiders, kill the destroyer, kill the cruiser. We're at our fleet cap. Okay, so this is going to fill up on its own. We're good. And the Decini Starfleet is already upgrading, so I'm going to leave it on its own. Yeah, so Anthony Badger, it is fair to say this is not my first game of Stellaris. I think a good position to hold is that somebody playing the game differently from the way that you might does not necessarily mean that they don't understand how the game works. There are no other megacorporations in the game. In fact, there are relatively few species in general on this map, so the crime is not caused by a megacorporation. Okay. Ah, yes, the Khanate. We no longer see any reason to keep you locked out of our territory. Our borders are open to you again. It's a little bit more exciting to do when it's the Great Khan. It's a little more belligerent. And the Vitresis did open their borders, but I have a feeling they'll close it again. Upgraded space torpedoes encased in armor to better withstand enemy point defense fire. The armor fragments into shards that cause additional damage when the torpedo detonates. So... Again, I've been kind of military focused because we do have a gap with the Vitresis Hive, but as always, there's a trade-off between getting technology quickly and getting a military edge. That's one of the reasons we've been focusing so much on espionage on the Vitresis Hive, because we want to be able to take a look at their ships and see specifically what we're dealing with. So I think I'll just go for the quantum missiles because, again, it's just raising the overall level of my defensive systems. You like how the snails have a piece of wheat in their mouth? Yes, the Snailian model is a fun. The other, like the cuties in general. So there's the geckos, which I think everybody winds up. I think the geckos are ones that everybody winds up being these sort of like, just terrible, like what is it? Fanatical purifiers. I don't think I've ever had people do the geckos as like as a nice species. And the I think it was the butterflies. The first time, no, sorry, it was the starfish. This first Fallen Empire I ever ran into was, or no, not the first Fallen Empire that I annoyed by taking a consecrated world. It wasn't the first one I ran into, but there were those cute starfish ones, and they vaporized my my leader. So yeah, the cuties are the ones that really you gotta watch. Okay, we must place sensible restrictions on the navies of empires that are in breach of galactic law. Well, given the fact that I intend to reduce the council to me and the Vitresis Hive, and then eventually to take out the Hive, yes, I would like more power for the council, for sure. I'm trying to think if I've ever done agrarian. I feel like I've done it at least once, but I don't remember it all that well. The Dancing Plague. The isolated incidents of spontaneous, prolonged dancing on Avexis Prime have escalated somewhat, and groups of hundreds of Emetherians are now compulsively dancing in a variety of different styles. Surprisingly, even those who have never shown much interest in dancing are suddenly able to perform expert moves, and the old among them have rediscovered the vigor of their youth. Although many residents are jokingly referring to it as the Dancing Plague, it is no joking matter. The dancers show no concern for their bodily needs and risk dancing themselves to death. Okay, I'm sorry. I actually need to take a screenshot of this. There's somebody who... Okay, how many of you have heard of the game Cultist Simulator? Some of you have found me through Cultist Simulator. Another group of you will have never heard of this. So sorry, I just need to take a second here. Does anybody know what DLC this got added in? Because I think this is the first time I've run into it. Cool. Sorry, I just wanted to preserve the base. Really? I feel like I've played this. Okay, cool. So this is not natural. We must find out what's afflicting them. Or start the music. It's party time. Dancing Plague modifier added for 6 months, Citizen Pop Happiness plus 10, and Amenities 20. Well, the fact of the matter is this is distracting people from their studies. So this is not natural. Let's find out what's affecting them. We'll research it and find out. We gotta put an end to the fun. You ever hear of dancing in the academy?
Special project complete.
That seems more like an Epicurean thing. All right, the Dancing Plague neutralized. Our researchers have succeeded in isolating the cause of the dancing incidents on Avexis Prime, and not a moment too soon. The situation on the planet has grown dire, as medics have increasingly been forced to use heavy sedatives on the dancers to stop them from dancing themselves to death. It appears that the culprit is a gas released by the local vegetation, which induces feelings of exhilaration and an irresistible urge to dance, while suppressing feelings of exhaustion, overriding Ymetherian self-preservation instincts. Fortunately, our scientists have developed a synthetic gas that, once released into the air, will neutralize the effects of the dancing gas. Furthermore, it seems that the dancing gas has certain valuable properties which we can make use of if we can extract it from the plants before it is released to the air. Good work. We add a fuming bog to Avexis Prime with the following results: 2 max gas. Okay, that's great. Because I am going to need as much gas as I can get my hands on. Unfortunately, we did cut ourselves off. No, we'll be building a couple of extra city districts, so... but we don't have planetary administration. Maybe, I mean, they definitely... There's no shortage of... historical reference. I mean, for crying out loud, there's Ulm. I mean, admittedly, Ulm is like it's a, that's more of a Europa Universalis reference than necessarily a historical reference, because obviously Ulm still exists. But there's... The reason I mention it, so for those of you who have... Okay, those of you who've played Cultist Simulator or have seen me play Cultist Simulator will know exactly why I'm so amused by this, because it is so obviously the heart relentless. For those of you that don't know what Cultist Simulator is, this is an independent sort of narrative card game. It's by a developer named Weather Factory, and the creative lead on it is the same person who wrote the Horizon Signal event for Stellaris. And one of the things that's really fun, there's a number of different cults behind the different principles, and I've actually made some of these cults in Stellaris once Megacorps came in, because you can make the subversive cult. So if you do a Megacorp criminal syndicate with religion, I think Anthony Badger might be. I know you were mentioning Megacorps before, so you might be able to identify the specific combination that makes a subversive cult. Anyways, so I made the Mirror of Glory because I thought it fit particularly well for Stellaris. But the Heart Cult has these creatures called Precussigants, which are very powerful, but are described as constantly being dancing. And the writing for it is really good. It's just got this sort of rhythm to it. So it's, I don't know, because I know there's that connection already between this other game and Stellaris through the Horizon Signal. To hear of the Dancing Plague, I immediately think of the Heart Relentless. All right, we've allowed you to roam freely in our territory for too long. Today we draw the line. As the operation nears its conclusion, Spymaster Gani Bathan has moved to secure our new asset within the Vitresis Hive. Our remaining operatives are poised to facilitate any cover she may need. So we'll commence the operation. I think we're gonna give the okay. This is an important milestone. So the L Gate did ultimately fall. I'm expecting that we'll see further losses. Of course, the unlucky of the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation, they also need to deal with the Gearoids invading. So it may be that the Grey Tempest will be able to swarm a little bit more freely than they previously would have. But at this point, I'm probably going to have to be pretty. I'm definitely feeling like I'm going to need to dedicate my forces on securing the L Gate, but that's fine. I'm not too sad about the opportunity. Okay, Spymaster Gani Pathan reports from the Vitresis Hive a successful execution so far. Our spy network has secured access to a modified Vitresan drone, the benefits of which will be obvious whenever we might wish to infiltrate or otherwise manipulate the Vitresis Hive entity. So I think in this case here, I should probably just cool it for a little bit. Let's just take a quick look at the... Yeah, so not a whole lot's changed. They're at war with the Zaxoids. Okay. I may want to... I didn't know that the Vitresis were involved in this. This might actually be I may have my hand forced just because I can't have the Zaxoids lose too much. So if anything, getting my infiltration levels back up, that becomes a priority just so I can see where the enemy positions are. Now it's a shame because obviously I'd like to be able to get a 100, a 100 infiltration level, but we do need this stuff to grow over time. We've got a nice little batch here. I may even go so far as to arm some privateers, but unfortunately, right around the time that we were thinking of taking some points off of the Vitresis Hive, we've got this L-Gate event. The game's doing a wonderful job of giving me reasons not to make a move on the enemy. So I'm going to split the difference. Obviously, there's some expansion that I would like to be doing within my own borders. Looks like we are already building a star base towards some planets, but I am going to start getting some claims on Vitresis territory. So... what am I doing? God, I don't even remember. There we go. So this is going to cost me 40. I've got 167 to deal with, so I could get... so this will cost me 100, and I can still probably afford... let me just make sure I'm not... Okay, yeah. So we'll pick 2, and I'll get the married system first. Oh, but that costs 80. Well, you know what? We've already put away the... yeah, the Zaxoids are in a lot of trouble. Then again, there's also the question in terms of what the battle is for. I don't remember if I get a chance to see what the... probably my best bet is to talk with the Zaxoid Confederation. So it's the Giroan Zaxoan War of Conquest. Yeah, it doesn't say what they're... it doesn't say what they're after. I would have thought that it would say there were some claims. Okay, no, it just says the existence of claims. It doesn't say what it's for. But again, depending on the access. So the thing to remember is that when we look at the Vitresis Hive, they're not able to access the Zaxoids the way that we would, right? We're not going to give them access through Mestros. They are actually going to have to put some effort into moving their fleets through, through various parts of space. They may not even be able to go through the Endurga Horde. Now, they are going to be able to go through the Gyroids, but that's going to take time. And I definitely know the Zaxoids are able to handle the Gyroids. So maybe that they can sort of fight them to a standstill to a point that they wipe peace out. It's unlikely. And if they do, if they pursue an aggressive campaign against the Gyroids, then it just means the Grey Tempest eats them alive. But it's not like the Grey Tempest is... like, they're going to have trouble with that anyway. So we've allowed you to move freely in our territory for too long. Today we draw the line. Okay, another colonization job. And again, this is just going to... our Empire Sprawl has grown significantly over this session. But there's kind of an upper bound to that now, where, pretty much all of the worlds that we're going to colonize have pretty much been terraformed. Alright, well, we knew this was coming. Pirate sighted. The unprotected trade route that passes through the Kuiper system has attracted the attention of a roving band of pirates. These outlaws have gathered a sizable fleet that is intercepting much of the system's trade. So we've got 1,000. They're probably going to be able to take the Kuiper system before I can do anything about it. I don't have my fleets patrolling the way that I used to, which is a big oversight on my part. So let's just see where my ships are at. guess we can get the Misfits to go deal with it.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Gradual adaptation to the realities of deep space combat allows us to effectively coordinate larger maneuvers. So I'm probably going to add more battleships off of this, but we obviously need to wait for our alloys to go up, and I think because I am planning on... So one of the things that I need to be really careful about is I am going to be going against stronger enemies, and so I do want to make sure that my defensive structures are in tip-top shape. That means I'm actually willing to delay investment in my navy to secure the naval bases first. And that's just largely the idea that I get to pick when the war happens, and as long as my existing navies are able to handle what I want to do, the idea of starting the war this year as opposed to next year, that isn't that big of a deal for me. What is a big deal for me is making sure that I've got this network of sort of hardened positions that ideally the AI is just too scared to attack, or if nothing else, that I can feel secure enough in saying, you know, I can have the opposite of what happened during the Great Khan, that I have enough of sort of a network in place to be able to take over these various locations, to be able to get my fleets where they need to be on time, and that can mean either enough of an early warning system to be able to see when those enemy ships are coming towards a particular defensive location, or alternatively just to have them be strong enough to be able to repel a large navy. Okay, so we can do social research, or we can go even further on our command limits. This is an edict, so it's not super important. Let's go for the research first. So again, not looking optimistic for the starbase, to say the least. Oh, but we can access the shroud. Take the greatest of care. Even a stray thought can be shaped into something tangible in this place, and more often than not, turned against oneself. For a fleeting moment, we are lost, and a sense of utter panic washes over us as we contemplate an eternity spent within the shroud. We regain our footing, and the terror recedes. Yeah, more research speed seems to be the way to go here. The powerful energy of the shroud has flooded into the communal psionic link that is shared between all Emutherians. A collective knowledge base that is shared telepathically between our scientists has been established and will greatly increase the efficiency of their work. So, 60 months of better research, most of which is annihilated by our huge empire sprawl. All right, Racket, what do you want? Oh, for God's sake. They keep offering me this. We're doing pretty well on both, though. We'll accept the deal just because I have more mineral problems. Let's actually go to the market with that in mind, and let's scale back by 100. Okay. So we hit our 130 cap here, but of course we're sort of back to square one. I have more room for additional ships. What I'll probably do is the same thing I did before, add another battleship, 2 more cruisers, and then I guess I have to decide between destroyers and corvettes. The thing is, I haven't really worked out a proper naval strategy. I've been sort of waiting to be able to see what the scariest fleet I'm up against is.
System survey complete.
Let's take a second here and audit our stations. So the ones that are the biggest priorities are Mysa, because that's one in a wormhole system. So that's an Insta Citadel upgrade.
System survey complete.
Senate is now in session to impose minor military sanctions. So I, of course, would have preferred Tithe of the Soulless. But I've...
Research station martyred.
Okay.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
And we do our usual song and dance here. So in principle, this would be either a forge world or a consumer goods world, but I've definitely been neglecting the economy for the last little while, so I'll probably need to actually sit down and see what I specifically need. One way or the other, though, we pretty much build the same thing at the start.
We are spreading our faith to a new world.
What megastructure is in the Moscot system? I used to know.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Oh, the art installation. That's right. We, of course, don't have mega engineering yet, so I haven't really thought about it, but we'll make a great religious art. The latest version of space-to-space missiles, this upgraded variant, has an immensely powerful warhead that draws its energy from zero-point vacuum. And as always, I kind of go for the cheap stuff. So I don't exactly need mineral purification hubs, but I do want to get it out of the way. Another thing I haven't checked recently is... Oh, interesting. So the Zaxoids have overtaken Artresis Hive. So 3119. They are done for. Okay. I mean, I'm not that much better. I'm 1879, but... Caravaneers, old with defects. Our starbase in the Clue system reports that the Racket industrial fleet has evacuated and abandoned a decrepit ship, now in unstable orbit around the system's central star.
Situation log updated.
Okay, where are my... construction ships? So I'm going to control shift this one, put it at the top of the queue, and then we can return... Well, they're already working on it, so... all right, let me just make sure that we don't have... Yeah, it's the powerful fleet that's on its way, so... Obviously, we're going to have some repairs to do, but... I should probably get these... I should probably get these ships back on patrol, because it's not like... Like, obviously there's going to be the Grey Tempest that we need to deal with at some point, but it's not like this 1.6 is going to be... It's not going to be making the difference. In fact, if anything, we should send the Psionic Avatar to scare the hell out of any would-be pirates. So obviously this is an inconvenience, but not the end of the world.
We are spreading our faith to a new world.
Let's just get a quick idea. So we have the piracy is not as big of a problem as it used to be, but in this column it is genuinely a big, like, it's something that I need to put some effort into protecting. Now, to be honest, I have just been really lazy on this. This is not at all difficult for me to handle. So we've got these. So if I were to put, it's like probably like a base here or here, and then a base here or here. I do think it's a little weird that the capital system isn't able to deal with the piracy, but I have a feeling that's just because of the volume of trade going through that that corridor. But Kajalon, actually, this is a perfect case here because there's also a colony on it, so this one gets an upgrade automatically. We'll take these two. The Psionic Avatar I'm going to put in the I am going to put in sort of my main force because I am going to send them after the Grey Tempest or the Vitresis Hive when the time comes. And then the salvage we'll send to Jebin's Maelstrom in order to do patrols. But Kadjalum is definitely going to be one of these cases of me building a starbase just to deal with trading problems. I suspect we're going to have to rethink the networks once all of these
System survey complete.
Once all of these different colonies get online. But for the time being, I'm happy enough to just kind of leave them be. All right, now I don't even remember what this event was, so I'm going to say keep digging just so we can read it from the start. Beautiful bubble. Surface scans of Ushakaron's 6A picked up signs that a technological civilization may have been active on the planet, but has since gone extinct. We will need to mount a surface expedition to learn more. And we have the barren grounds and vibrant skies. Once down on the surface of Ushakaron 6A, it is clear that a civilization had indeed flourished here until as recently as a few centuries ago. At some point, a sudden and total catastrophic event gripped the world. Apparently, some sort of internecine struggle between nation-states led to a terminal exchange of weapons of mass destruction. Oddly, although the surface is scoured clean and dead, the sky is alive with the shifting hues of a perpetual aurora borealis. It is a striking vista, the desolate steel and stone carcasses of entire cities painted by the vibrant, scintillating colors dancing in the sky. In fact, let's take a look at that ship. So it's going to take us a while to get this done, but we can build... Fossils discovered on Lyram Prime. Fossilized remains from several different species that do not appear to have been indigenous to Lyram Prime have been found in a large and secluded valley on the moon. They all date from roughly the same time period, within the span of a few centuries, some 3.6 million years ago. Each of these species seems to have evolved in its own unique biosphere, and all appear to have been sapient. Strangely, every fossilized individual found so far shows signs of having met a violent end. Okay, so much to do. As usual, we start with the gene clinics because that will get me... that my population starts growing. Temple is the last, not because I don't prioritize... not because I don't prioritize Unity, it's just I have to pick... something's got to be last, and specialized jobs tend to be a good fit for that. Okay, so the Decini Starfleet has been fully upgraded. It seems to me that these guys are ripe for upgrade. Okay, I'm going to split the difference. I am going to build at least the battleship first, because those take a while. But I do need to get those citadels up and running. Especially because it'll also give me a realistic idea in terms of what the costs are. Oh, I already pushed myself over the limit. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait it out. I just need a month. Hey, Spy Crab, 19th of their name. We're not that kind of fanatical spiritualists. We're more monks. Think Mount Athos or the Pythagoreans. I should caution, I'm going to be wrapping up reasonably soon, but I know it's been a little bit of a calm period in the galaxy. We're looking forward to the... Oh, I'm already doing all the upgrades. So there we go. There's one. We're kind of waiting for the Grey Tempest to really flex its muscles. But I do eventually need to get to bed. Nope, they're not actually... Wait. Oh god, that's a really hard one to parse out. Okay, we will build the mining and the research stations. Taiga was our goal here. Obviously, I do want to close up all of these gaps inside of my territory, but clearly the priority has been to acquire new planets so that I can colonize them, get myself up and running. But more importantly, we are sitting on a little bit of a surplus of... Oh, they put one of their better fleets nearby. Okay, if they try and cross into this territory, we're closing our borders to them. So yeah, the plan here is just to get. I'm assuming this is in response. I don't think this is to attack the Zaxoids. I think this is in response to the fact that I made some claims, and I'm going to make even more. So it's costly, but with the 100, I'm going to be able to do the war that I wanted. So this, of course, also puts a natural cap on the amount of time that I can spend waiting for the war, or not the cap. Like this is giving me a limit in terms of when I can actually start that war, because
the spirits have granted us new wisdom.
I don't really want to. I don't like the wormhole and the gateway are kind of important. In fact, I should have gone for the wormhole in the first place, but there you have it. Mineral purification hub. Second stage processing of pseudo-refined materials allow for more efficient storage and transportation. And we will do... You know what? Better cruiser builds... no, defense platform. They're cheap, and it's actually something that would definitely have helped me in the past. Nope. That's so they were expecting safe passage. We've allowed you to move freely in our territory for too long. Today we draw the line. Oh, how sad for them. Oh man, it is really good that I so if I have seemed like a bit of a wimp when it comes to Stellaris, here's why. 14114, 40,304, 38,476. So if I combine my two main fleets together, I would be able to, you know, I'd be able to handle their main big fleet. To be completely honest, okay, so like if I was playing the Vitrese's Hive, my immediate response would be, oh, that's really cute that you think your borders are yours. Declare war. You know, the absolute, like the massive waste of time to get these ships, you know, reoriented towards, you know, to be able to, you know, to fight the Zaxoids. It's just not worth it. I would in fact be willing to impose the penalty of another empire being drawn into the war, because this is just such a bulldozer of a fleet, and there's no possible way I'm going to get them there in time. But the question is whether or not the AI sees it that way, because we are on reasonably good terms with them. I don't think we ever got the non-aggression pact, which of course would be rather convenient right now. But in this case here, what I'm really doing here is buying the Zaxoids time, because the Gearoids are nothing on their own. Played your last playthrough as nicely as I could. Now you're consuming the out. Yeah, I definitely tend to throw my weight around quite a bit.
The faithful have claimed a new world.
You're not allowed to do that. Is the AI just allowed to ignore that I've closed their borders? Okay, so the Revenge Starfleet is also due for Jevons Maelstrom. They're going to be a patrol unit. I'm kind of curious to see how this turns out. Okay, so these ones are going in the opposite direction. The reason why we put so much investment in the agents are so that we can finally see what these ships are made out of. Because if I'm not able to take get an edge on them in raw numbers, at the very least I can construct sort of counter fleets to them. But as you get, this is kind of the wages of just having this nice wide open space for myself. Like I just didn't have the. This is actually not unlike. So there's a fun little bit of history. At the end of the 7 Years' War, this is the point that sort of France and England are sort of doing the last negotiations to close the conflict, and it's clear that France is going to be giving something up, and it's just sort of a question in terms of what they're giving up. And it seems that the offer was either the colonies in North America, which of course would be Canada, would become Canada, and then there's the island of Guadeloupe, which I may be pronouncing incorrectly, but you get the idea. Guadeloupe, by the way, is still French territory, so you kind of know how the story ends. And what was interesting was the arguments in Parliament. I don't believe it was Edmund Burke. I believe it was Edmund Burke's father stood up in Parliament and argued that not only should, if France were to give the North American colonies to England as a gift, they should refuse it. Because the removal of a French threat would essentially cause the European colonies in North America to sort of stop feeling any particular need for the home country, and that they would declare their independence shortly afterwards, which is, of course, exactly what happened. But there's a reason why I was telling the story where I lost the plot. It was something about oh right, yeah. So there's something to be said. Like I'm sure this is not like a grand design thought or like a principle that's going on in the background or in any of the design docs for Stellaris or something like that. But you can kind of see what happened, right? If you watch the playthrough from the very start, it's like, okay, well, the Fallen Empire is so powerful. Like it's such a ridiculously large foe to overcome that I just, like, there is no military solution to it. Like, in that case, I can sort of ignore it. The world sort of went spiritual, so all of a sudden there weren't that many immediate threats. I, at the very least, had non-aggression pacts with other groups. And it basically took the Great Khan to actually finally give rise to something where I needed to have a military. And you can sort of see, like, a relatively stagnant, like in terms of my own empire, it's a relatively stagnant navy. I'm slowly creeping it up. But even in this current situation, right? Like, I've got 31K, and my my target, the one that I want to sort of worry about, is able to field a navy with with 40K strength worth of ships. Now, I suspect that's because there's a whole lot of battleships here. So, of course, if I can solve the puzzle of what the defensive structures of these things are, I should be able to take them out relatively quickly. But even then, right? Actually, we might even be able to get an idea of the command limit. 12, so that's 32. These are 4, right? So that's 72, 76, and those are 8. So that's 150 something. Okay, yeah. So I don't think we're going to get 10K out of another 20 manpower worth of ships. Based on this, we're going to get another 4K. Giroid and the problem with the successor Khanate is they're actually quite weak, so it's entirely possible that the Giroids will be able to expand. I suppose the one thing that's good news is that the Zaxoids are probably not going to expand out into Wesen, so I can wait to get that myself. All right, please don't be a food for minerals exchange. We have a special officer, inimitable technology, only developed by the Racket's industrial enterprise. You have trouble penetrating the defensive grids of planets? We can show you a way. Very advanced, very technical, of improved bombardment. We call it the Orbital Trash Disperser. Give us 1,000 energy credits and we will show you the method, and you will have the component to add to your ships. I'm intrigued.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
Pleasure. A joy to deal with the Black Codex. We will visit again. Okay, Orbital Trash Disperser. This orbital bombardment management system spams a planet with millions of minute, high-velocity projectiles, overwhelming planet-side defensive grids with trash data. Ships equipped with this component will cause more damage during orbital bombardment. Whether or not we actually take advantage of that is a whole other question, but 1,000 credits is not... That's not too overwhelming. Okay, another colonization. I think we're running out of planet. Yeah, there's only 3 more, and they'll become available pretty soon.
The spirits have granted us new wisdom.
The ability to reactivate derelict gateway stations that can be found scattered throughout the galaxy has the potential to dramatically shorten travel times. So, of course, that's in anticipation of claiming this gateway. Dark matter would be nice. I think probably at this point I need to consider the particle lance. It's expensive, but this is going to really tilt the... This sort of stuff's really going to tilt the fights in my favor. I probably should have researched that earlier, to be honest. And I mean, I have an army, but... So first of all, if I actually was planning on invading planets, I would have a much bigger army. But the fact of the matter is that I don't actually plan on invading. Having had the opportunity to study the multitudes of life lets us find some common ground for all living beings, the foundational building blocks of life. I should do Sacred Nexus because it's cheap, but I am going to do the gene modification points because we've held off modifying my species for a while. And I didn't want to do the defense platform hulls, but it was so inexpensive, and I am doing something of a defensive strategy to try and discourage the AI from targeting certain areas. Reinforced framework and blast shields will with enhanced impact absorption will ensure the structural integrity of the platform even under immense pressure. And we will do... It's a lot of weaponry. I don't need the alloy nanoplan. I'll do the advanced strike craft. It's the cheap of the military options. Okay, I'm gonna wait. So I'm gonna try and do something sneaky here. If I look at them, so I don't believe. So like I think this is why other games impose these limits in terms of how often you can do these diplomatic changes. I believe I can open my borders to them. So one of the things I can do to make the Zaxoids win their war is I suspect once these guys go through the gateway, I can open my borders again, and they're probably going to go through the gateway and head towards my base, and then I can close the borders, and they're just going to kind of go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I'm going to try it. I'm not going to put like a huge amount of investment into it, but I'm curious, needless to say. Okay, we've got the cooperative research channels. So the Khanate would like to see this. We should establish protocols that permit the scientists of the galactic community to share and review discoveries more easily. Okay, so text-wise, this is completely inconsistent with what the Black Codex would want. You don't share research. You hoard the knowledge. Practically, though, it's diplomatic weight from tech, it's research station output, and there is an increase in starbase upkeep, but that is a cost I'm willing to take in order to be able to improve my research. So I will support this measure. Although I would prefer Tithe of the Soulless. In fact, I'd potentially make it an emergency measure. But Captain Zergay, how you doing? Okay, we do not have yet. We haven't assembled the full group. The enigmatic cache returns. The mysterious tubular entity that we suspect previously scanned one of our planets has returned and is entering the orbit of Quantos. It appears to be attempting to initiate communications. All right, let's see what's going on here. Greetings, failing to read species name. Do not be alarmed. I am Baldor the 43rd, a sentient AI operating on behalf of Levosian Endangered Xenopreservation Grant. You, of all your galactic peers, have been selected for uplifting. So far as we have uplifted lesser species with What exactly would your so-called uplifting entail? Long-range data transfer and cognitive stimulation through hypnopedia. It is highly efficient, well-tried, and largely a pain-free process that allows me to exercise your population's intellectual faculties in their sleep. I am required to inform you that the side effects of heightened cognitive abilities in organics may include, but are not limited to, disillusionment, acid reflux, and bottomless despair. In certain failing-to-read species class, it may also cause severe failing-to-read species side effect. No offense, but you seem a little broken. Who are you? I am Baldur the 43rd, a sentient AI operating on behalf of the Levosan Endangered Xenopreservation Grant. We're already a sapient spacefaring nation. We're within the early stages of sapient development, and your technological advancement has already stagnated. This puts you at risk of imminent regression. Let us open your failing-to-read species class sensory organ to the wonders of the universe. Aw, man. Like, I kind of want to take this, but I'll be honest, I actually don't know what the side effects of this thing are. I've had this thing float over me, but I haven't actually let it make the offer. I'm going to pause. I'm going to thoughtfully sip my tea. I'm going to meditate on this choice for a moment. Because this actually is not a bad... This is probably not a bad point to do the finale on, seeing as I'm half an hour past where I wanted to be. And I do actually have to get through some stuff tonight before I go to bed. For which I apologize, Captain Zergi, because I know you tend to get the short end of the streaming stick every time you say hello. I am usually wrapping up. This thing was added in Distant Stars, wasn't it? I really don't want to have this explained to me. I gotta say it over and over again. Like, I'm not gonna read the rest of the message, but like, for someone who hasn't seen something and you have the chance to have your first experience on a stream, like, at the very least, just saying, you know, would you like to know what's going on? It's like, the wiki's within the game, right? Like, if I wanted to look it up. I have the option. I'm just trying to think, like... The real thing that I'm thinking about here, like, it's so, okay, with my background, no, it's no problem, Spike. I mean, it's something I just have to deal with all the time, and the best that I can do is just try and express the best I can really do is just try and express what the trade-off is, because there's a couple of games that I play which really, like that Cultist Simulator game I was talking about, for instance. Like, if you have the game explained to you, there's almost no point in playing it. It's kind of the point of the game is to sort of learn it by playing it, and that sometimes, like, that really messes, like, some people really don't like the game for that, and some people really do enjoy the game for it. So it's just one of these. It's like it's one of my my common rants, and it's one of the things that I kind of just try and push Twitch chats away from. But yeah, no, I'll give you an example about why I sort of agonize about these kinds of decisions, because like what I'm trying to do here for the stuff that I haven't run into in the game, and there's increasingly less of it, right? What's neat about this particular challenge is let's think about all the different things that I have at stake. So I'm trying to get my alloys where they... Oh yeah. No, it's a feature I'm really fond of. I don't like, so I usually don't do hotkeys in the game because it's convenient for being able to like show people. Like if you just mouse click and show like a menu option, then it's unambiguous to the people watching in terms of what you've been doing. But if you just do Alt B, you can bring it up. I mean, Paradox set up the wiki, but it's community maintained. Whenever there's a new patch, there's a contest. I'll admit, I tend to find Paradox kind of takes some of the work that people do for granted. Like, I remember doing a bunch of surveys for them, and it was sort of like, we'll give you 10% off of something that's not on sale on our store. And I'm like, you guys are saving 30% by me not buying it on Steam. Like, you're not really giving me anything for doing this survey. But with that in mind, right? Like sometimes just being able to share knowledge about the game is worth it. And particularly if you want to know certain things like how, like for Europa Universalis, you can sometimes feel like the battles don't make any sense. Like, cause I haven't played Crusader Kings 3, but like in Crusader Kings 2, it's usually like big number moves on to smaller number and big number wins. If you want to get into the games and like maybe try and understand why it feels like some of the outcomes are really counterintuitive, it'll go into some of the formulas about what's how these different things are working. And then I mean, there's just certain things here like like, oh god, what was it, Xenophile. Like I remember Xenophobe gives you like reductions in terms of influence costs, but what does Xenophile do again? I can find it in here. Trade value, available envoys, and so on and so forth. So I actually quite like its inclusion. I do think sometimes the manuals that Paradox has put out tend to age very poorly, but I think the wiki is a pretty good resource. And for those of you who are very knowledgeable about the game, if you haven't contributed to the wiki, I actually encourage you to do so. But anyways, yeah, so the reason why I agonize about choices of this, like, again, my background's econ, right? And what's interesting about this one is that I put at stake, what are the things I'm trying to accomplish in the game, right? Well, one, I'm trying to I'm trying to bloody the Vitresis Hive so that I can vassalize the Gearoid Empire. That's going to involve an outlay of alloys, not just to boost my defensive structures, but to be able to build some navies that are actually capable of taking on the enemy. I want to do that reasonably quickly. If I'm going to do that in a reasonably short period of time, and the fact that there's a war with the Zaxoid Stellar Confederation really does suggest that I need to move that timetable up. I also need to acknowledge that the Grey Tempest has been unleashed, and that if they move close enough to Chor's Compass, they actually start threatening my own territory, and they start threatening my territory in a way that it's really hard to bring myself back from the Gearoid invasion. So what's interesting about this one is that there's very few times when you're given a choice like this and it's without consequence, right? There's always a chance that something can go wrong. And what's interesting here is that I'm weighing an unknown consequence against an unknown benefit. And I'm doing so in a time when I actually have quite a few resources spoken for. In this case, though, I also have kind of a standard operating procedure of always embrace the madness. And one of the things that I'm kind of recovering for myself is, let's just think about the number of things that I control in terms of this plan. Right now, the Vitresis Hive does not want to go to war with me. If anything, they want to limit the amount of war that they're going into. The only reason why I feel an urgency to go to war with the Vitresis Hive is it's an opportune moment because they're currently trying to take on the Zaxoids. there is also an argument to say that maybe focusing on the L gate is better, and then I can focus on the Vitresis hive after that issue is resolved. And so one of the biggest arguments in terms of saying we're ready to ascend, even if there's like some disaster that happens as a result. I mean, there could be something like they turn me, materialist, which would be a disaster because we've really stacked the galactic community against materialism. There's a number of different ways that this could all go. But in this case here, because everything but the Grey Tempest is essentially under my control, so long as we're able to sort of quantify what the consequences of this choice are early enough, the worst that we have to do is delay some of our invasion plans. But that's kind of why I'm agonizing, right? Because you've got two unknowns. You're not like it's an unknown positive against an unknown negative. Generally, you are risk averse. Most people are. Because they're unknown, you're going to roughly assign them equal value, but because one is a negative and one is a positive, you're going to worry more about the negative. And I will admit, I'd love to see the telemetry of how people choose. Of course, there's going to be different context, but in this case, we'll say we're ready to ascend.
Situation log updated.
You will not regret it, failing to read species name. But, and I realize that I probably unpacked that a lot more than required, but... Sorry if you mentioned it recently, but what's the background for your civilization? Well, tell you what, Captain Zerge, because I took more time on that decision than I wanted to, and it actually seems like a really fun way to start next week's broadcast. How about I give you not just the backstory for this civilization, but for those of you who got to hear the... for those of you that heard that I do this for all of my species, we'll do a quick trip down memory lane of the little galaxy of species that I've made for myself, and then we'll find somebody to host for the end of tonight. So, because Nemesis introduced a bunch of spy mechanic, a bunch of espionage mechanics, I wanted to do something which was sort of geared towards that particular set of mechanics. It's not the only one. There's also, Become the Crisis. So, of course, I could have also just set myself up as like a big super evil. But its name, the patch name was Dick, and I had some specific Philip K. Dick ideas for this one. So, the written backstory. Accurately separating the facts and the legends about the Black Codex would require membership, and anything less than membership in the higher orders would only be accurate about 60% of the time. Reputed members have ranged from Rhizome Capital's most popular televangelist, Francis Bayberry, to the unnamed head of the intelligence services of the Blessed Alari Grand Duchy. The greatest cryptographers have been stymied by the Black Codex's use of metaphorical ciphers, while the great philosophers of lesser empires lack the computational power to bear witness to the labyrinthine sermons of Matriarch Bethen. The Black Codex knows and keeps all. What they do with the information remains to be seen. So the idea that I sort of had behind this was thinking a little bit about, Gnosticism, the Pythagoreans, just different groups which are definitely focused on a very intense study of spiritual matters, let's say, but not necessarily ones who. So it, when we tend to think about religious thought now, we definitely tend to think of it as something quite distinct from scientific research, and that obviously hasn't necessarily been true. For history. So, of course, you've got the Pythagoreans, first rule of Math Club is you don't talk about Math Club. You have got things like abstaining from beans and beliefs of reincarnation and, a lot of very odd rules that seem to have nothing to do with mathematics. And yet, obviously there's the theorem. Even, let's take something like Platonism, obviously a great respect for mathematics there, and a tremendous importance assigned to those concepts, while also very much touching on topics that we wouldn't really recognize as necessarily being something that educated or advanced researchers in some of these fields would be interested in right now. So essentially, I wanted to think a little bit about a species that was as comfortable in operating in, advanced cryptographic theory, information theory, as well as being able to delve into extremely complicated and arcane works. Another example that you might take would be somebody like Isaac Newton, who clearly made tremendous advances in mathematics and physics, but also considered alchemy an equally important use of their time, and of, reforming the coinage, because, apparently there are people in history who just get to do that. So the idea here was to have this group that considered the keeping of secrets and the difficulty in unwrapping the mysteries. People who would be just as comfortable discussing Dietrich Bonhoeffer or something alongside some of the undesirable properties of RSA, let's say. It's something rather alien to us, but something that, at least in history, is not something that would have as clear of a division between the two of them. And this is kind of where you start getting into some of the Philip K. Dick material. Also, the idea of the metaphorical ciphers is actually something from The Man in the High Castle. It's what the Japanese use to keep their communications secret from the Germans. The way that we sort of manifested it in the game, intelligent kind of goes without saying. I did say traditional. Again, it is a religious order, and so communal also makes sense. And what I tried to do here was I assigned slow breeders, and it's not necessarily like, you can always do the argument as like, vow of chastity or something like that. I think the idea here more is the fact that it's not an evangelical movement, so they're not making a mega church. They're making, a secret order, and they're saying is like, it's, the path is narrow and difficult and uncomfortable, and you have to be smart enough to understand it, and not everybody's going to get it. Not everybody's going to find salvation. And then in terms of the ethics, so we went for authoritarian and fanatic spiritualist. Partly, I just wanted to do a spiritualist empire, because I almost always do materialists. But it also seemed to, be appropriate. I went authoritarian because I thought it would be, a very structured, so we've got the matriarch, we've got sort of the head of the, of the order. We've got exalted priesthood as a civic, which I think probably is self-explanatory. I also went for cutthroat politics, so I had the idea here that it wouldn't necessarily be frowned upon to break your colleague's cipher and steal their research. It's not necessarily, it's not completely Hobbesian, nasty, brutish, and short, but it is definitely one that that definitely has something. Their idea of meritocracy is also that you actually need to deliver on your commitment to this sort of stuff. If you don't actually keep your research safe, it's not necessarily a bad thing that your colleague identified the weakness in your in your trade craft, let's say. And then later on through the play, we added Byzantine bureaucracy, and similar idea here, right? Like, it's not necessarily that you have to do the world's hardest Sudoku puzzle to get your driver's license, but we did decide that, this is just another example about how you will never get a straight answer from the Black Codex. It is always going to be, an enigma wrapped in a metaphor, wrapped in quantum encryption. So that was it. And again, it was a chance to do a lot of the espionage mechanics. I was actually really happy that we are basically able to break everyone's ciphers quite easily. Obviously, we'll be doing things like the Sentinel. Sorry, is it called the Sentinel Array? The Array, whatever it's called. That's clearly one megastructure we plan on working on. But we also decided to go down the psionic path, which was kind of fun. But that's kind of what's driving this thing right now. The one thing that I am a little disappointed with, and I know I could have done this through a megacorp, but I have done a megacorp a couple of times already, so I wanted to try and do something new. It would have been neat to highlight this idea of it being an order, like something that people who would normally be working in intelligence services would potentially want to join. And obviously the only way that I could really manifest that would be to have a megacorp and be able to sort of set up franchises within other species. And that wasn't something that I didn't want to make it a megacorp just so I could do that. Obviously, there's limits in terms of the story that I've got in the background for this, but overall, I'm pretty happy with how we were able to sort of realize the ideas. And obviously, there's just a few little events that happen inside of the game that let me do some pushes one way or the other. One last thing I was really happy about, I didn't plan this out, but when I went to the Origins, I forgot that there was the Remnants origin. So I haven't settled this for myself, but there's the idea that this was the intelligence branch of an older and sort of galaxy-spanning empire. And there could either be the idea that they were always like this, or alternatively, as the survivors of the collapse of that empire, that they gained they gained this religious significance, almost this idea that they are the elect and sort of this significance that's assigned to it. And again, whether you like Warhammer 40k and you think about how the Imperium of Man goes, from a technocratic ideal to this very superstitious and very grim place to live, or if you want to think of Comstar, originally responsible for the comm relays and BattleTech, but not just gaining on this sort of mystical dimension, but going so far as to eventually turning into the world of Blake. However you want to parse that out, I thought that was a nice little bit of backstory to just kind of leave it. Leave a nice little bit of empty space for either the audience or for the game to fill those in. That civic always reminds you of the 12 tasks of Asker. You mean the Byzantine bureaucracy? Anyways, I think I'm going to call that there. We have got lots to deal with. So obviously we were not responsible for dealing with the Great Khan, but that is over, and we've got a couple of junior empires that we can bully. But that's assuming that the L gate is something that we can overcome. I did want to talk a little bit about some of the species. So as I mentioned, every time we do a new playthrough, we come up with a new species, and they all have backstories. One of the things that's great about Stellaris is that you can force an empire to appear in your playthrough. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 different empires that we could bring into sort of a big grand campaign. We'll go for the Akano High Kingdom, because somebody mentioned the orcs who are playing the Gearoid Empire in here. So this is another one of the humanoid species, the Akano High Kingdom. I quite like these ones. So they're an enlightened monarchy, imperial, Byzantine bureaucracy, philosopher king, xenophobic, militarist, materialist, industrious, non-adaptive, strong, natural engineers. So these are 100% space dwarves. Prosperous unification, I believe a lot of them are prosperous unification because I believe a lot of these predate the inclusion of origins. But this is the story of Harrison Jones, High King of Old Albania. No artifact was safe from Jones, and even the most ingenious engineers could not develop a mechanism that would confound him. Though through his legendary exploits, Jones united the quarrelsome tribes and set his sights on new secrets and the treasures buried within. The Akano people of Old Albania are now reaching out to the galaxy in their stone ships, continuing the great work of the High King. No tomb is safe, and no civilization will remain untouched. Now, somebody let me know that apparently Harrison Jones is actually a character in World of Warcraft. And I have played World of Warcraft, so it might just be one of these cases where I forgot. Obviously, it is an Indiana Jones reference. But the one thing on this one is I remember when I came up with this, everyone was like, ooh, stone ships, that's a good idea. And I'm like, yeah, they're dwarves. Of course they're going to do it. But this was the Ancient Relics DLC. So I wanted to do something that was oriented towards Ancient Relics. I wanted to do something kind of archaeological. And Johnny Big Time was in the chat. Johnny Big Time has a huge love of dwarves. And so he pretty much had to, as far as he was concerned, he pretty much had to be dwarven. And so I decided to go straight for full dwarf. I chose Byzantine bureaucracy here. It's going to seem like I'm obsessed with it. I believe it is the only other time I've done Byzantine bureaucracy, although I think it's a good one. My argument here was that because it's a dwarven culture, like before you can get things like your driver's license, they consult the great database of grudges and they settle scores before you get anything done. So isn't strong kind of useless, or does it just intensify the roleplay aspect? Yeah, I mean, like the big thing for me is that I've kind of had my time with Stellaris in terms of going against increasingly like difficult challenges inside of the game. So a really big role for me is how do I take an idea and express it inside of the game? So if I'm going to be doing the space dwarves, it would be kind of weird not to pick something like strong. Now with that in mind, right, worker pop resource output of 2.5%, I don't necessarily think that's the worst. I don't think that's the worst bonus that you can get, right? Being able to get a percent-based bonus towards any kind of resource extraction, particularly as your species grows, I tend to think is pretty good. And then, of course, we've got Industrious, which gives you extra minerals from jobs. I know there is a perception that minerals are not very good ever since they introduced alloys. I actually don't agree with that view, because, of course, minerals are what allow you to produce infrastructure. Being able to produce infrastructure very quickly gets you to a better spot, it lifts you to a higher level, and more importantly, you're going to be turning those minerals into refined goods, whether they're alloys, consumer goods, or even strategic resources. So it's more, the way that I tend to think about those things for myself is maybe I'm not that keen, like maybe I just don't, compared to where the game was originally, I definitely, like when I first played Stellaris, it was pretty much grab as many minerals as I can because you build everything with minerals. Now the way I look at minerals would be, what am I avoiding having to build by getting these bonuses? So for instance, if I can build one fewer mine on a planet, then that's one extra energy relay that I can build, or that's an extra city tile that I can build and I can put a specialist district down for. But I will be completely honest with you. It is 100% a role-playing reason why I did that. And most of the stuff that I do is definitely built towards making a particular, basically just a particular flavor of species. And I'm not above making things that are good choices for the playthrough, but I definitely go towards stuff that tells an interesting science fiction story. And that's just the way that I play. Like, obviously, it's there's a cost to that, right? Like, there's obviously some people who are very good at playing Stellaris. No Virtue is a great example of a streamer who plays this game very much as a set of mechanics and challenges to be overcome, and she'll just set everything to the highest difficulties. And it is genuinely impressive to see some of the stuff that she does inside of the game. But it's kind of not the thing that's kept me coming back to the game, year over year. And obviously the opportunity to be able to discuss just sci-fi that we like, and to be able to, I mean, honestly, it's sometimes fun to just write these backgrounds. I always kind of feel like there's been a downward trajectory on these ones, but I do actually feel good when people are like, I like that story. Let's see where we're going. I did mention the Space Cats earlier. This will be the last one that I mentioned, but this was my effort to, I was really stuck in terms of what I wanted to do. And so we made the Valon Polity. And in this case, I think somebody had sent me a photo of a cat, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to make the No Virtue, so NOVIRTUE _. You know what? Sorry, what am I doing? I have a shout out command for a reason. I actually used to hang out every once in a while, but no, she doesn't exclusively play Stellaris. There are some other games, Cook Serve Delicious, what is it? Cook Serve Delicious, Surviving Mars, I think she's been playing a lot of Hard Space Shipbreaker lately, but there's definitely Stellaris that comes up, and I think they're quite a good streamer. Anyways, the Valon Polity. So the Valon, again, I was like, what do I know about cats? What I'm gonna try and do to figure these ones out. So it's prosperous unification. The Valon Polity is founded on highly democratic principles and very closed minds. Velgar is home to an active public discourse that follows highly predictable and conservative lines of thought. Despite this, it has also produced some of the galaxy's finest scientists. When confronted with a new concept, a Valen will process the thought to make it orthodox, but once it has done so, few can deny the tremendous feats of ingenuity that result. The creatures from Veilgar present the galaxy with a paradox, a race of highly capable scientists and explorers who mistrust and devalue everything they find. So this wasn't 100% cat stuff. Like, I also wanted to think I wanted to play around a little bit with what we traditionally think of like scientist species. So the idea here would be that these are actually fairly close-minded and very stubborn thinkers, but they are also so smart that they are able to overcome the challenges they run into. I am going to sound like a bit of an ass saying this, and I apologize. There is a little bit of myself in here. And again, like, I realize talking about the intelligence stuff and then saying, this is about me, is like such a really, like, that's a huge social faux pas. But an example from, it was actually the first economics class that I took at UBC. And I actually wound up TAing for the prof when I did my master's, but the prof was really invested in studying effective ways of teaching in the classroom, and they had been doing some studies on the use of clickers. And so the way that they did it, and there's some research to back up how this works, there would be a question. So there's the lesson, and then there is a slide that comes up that asks a question in terms of what, basically just to sort of reinforce something that was understood. And if a certain threshold of answers were not the correct answer, he would then open the discussion to sort of like your immediate neighbors. And the idea is that the good idea would then sort of disseminate through the class, and, people would have an opportunity to show what they knew and make an argument for why the world was the way that they were arguing, and it would cause things to move up. Now, I am extremely embarrassed to admit that apparently I am responsible for an outlier in this mode of working, because all previous examples would show an improvement in the overall result. But every once in a while, I would be wrong on one of these answers, but I would be so passionate, and I would be like, I would lay out a chain of reasoning that apparently hoodwinked enough of the people in earshot that it would actually take it from a majority but lower than the threshold for the correct answer to the majority getting the wrong answer. And so, that's a terrible trait to have, right? Because it means that I'm not going to get, if I get people off the right track, I'm not necessarily going to have the benefit of the right answer. Or maybe it's just, people weren't as invested in the class, and I really thought that I had the right answer, and I was willing to make the argument for it, and everybody was also a little uncertain on their own answer, and so the forcefulness won through. Again, I'm trying not to sound full of myself, and I'm trying not to sound like a jerk. But I sort of thought, okay, here's how I'm going to be able to get that idea worked through, which is that, these cats, they have a particular way of looking at the world, and nobody's going to tell them otherwise. There's no moving else, otherwise. You can actually also maybe think about how the scholastics maybe viewed sort of the shape, the way the solar system worked, right? If you can come up with these increasingly elaborate systems, just keep adding an arbitrary number of perfect circles, right? And you'll explain the observed data. And it requires sort of the Copernican revolution to just explain everything so much better. But again, and this is, I think, one of the reasons why Newton wrote the way that he did, is that if you did not have just this ironclad product ready to go, you would have any number of other people who are thinking in the old order ready to sort of trip up on your mistake and see, not as smart as Aristotle. We just simply need to apply the old ways, and they're always right. So I sort of said the idea is like, what if we continued along those thinking, but these people were actually smart enough to be able to come up with this entire like workaround to actually get good results. They are some of the best scientists who are unfortunately so set in their ways that they will, they're actually very inefficient, but still very powerful. You could also say that this is a little bit like computing now, right? We definitely do not need the computational power that we need to run like Facebook or Twitter, but it just so happens that web development has gone down the path that we have, and so many CPU cycles are wasted on some rather dubious applications. However you want to model that in your mind is how you can do it. So the way I did all of that, slow learners, so lower experience gain, that was sort of the stubbornness that I represented. Traditional, that doesn't require much elaboration. And intelligent, again, if I'm saying that they're super smart, this is pretty much, like, this doesn't require a lot of explanation. I think I could have just said the names and they would have gone through. I did decide I'd make them democratic cats. They've got a parliamentary system and an idealistic foundation, fanatic egalitarians, but xenophobic. So a bunch of sort of contradictions, and I wanted to try and work it out the way that I did. But again, for all of these, there's a bunch of there's a different sci-fi story for each of these. I particularly liked Jomar Limited. But I think one day I am going to do just a big playthrough of all of the species in a grand melee at some point. Let me see who's online, and we'll be able to send it off. I'm sure I'm not going to be giving as big of a host because I know there's a limit to how much people want to hear me talk about species. Sometimes people just want to see the game be played. But let's take a look and see who's around. Night Valiant's on. So, I already mentioned Night Valiant, somebody I like to host in the evening because they tend to go later than me. Night Valiant's got a nice soft voice, currently playing Metroid Prime 3, so he must have completed the second one in between. He's a little newer to streaming. He's still looking to build his channel. So for those of you who just kind of like to keep this stuff on in the background and have a soft voice to listen to, I think Night Valiant's a good pick. If you're looking for more Stellaris, there are a few, and actually a few in different languages. So normally I would try and host another Stellaris stream, but I've had a very mixed result in terms of which ones are kind of consistent with what people are looking for. And I honestly don't know any of these other broadcasters. So I've already recommended No Virtue, and I think I'm gonna get you in touch with somebody who I feel a little bit safer in terms of carrying you on through the evening with good fun. So for those of you who are still sticking around, thank you very much for doing so. Tomorrow there's going to be another Elder Scrolls Oblivion episode that is pre-recorded, but I'll be kicking around the chat just to say hi. For those of you who like my live stuff, we will be back with more Industries of Titan on Wednesday. And then finally on Friday, we're going to be back to more Cloudpunk, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm going to try and keep the chatting to a little bit less, not completely abandon it. But I'm gonna try and make a little bit more progress through the story because I definitely want to see where it's going. I hope I get a chance to see some of you then. Enjoy Night Valiant's channel.